One technology, that and one plan. If you only play technology in there, then you will all technology produced by one. You'll only play Portal, or you'll play one world in there. Well, I think it's all hard. It's all hard now. Oh, the damn phone. Let's not. Oh my God, I get it now. I got it.
See how many phones I got on me? Hey. It's a 10-inch phone. Stop it.
So he'd be 11 to 10. Well, no, I'm sorry, 12. Okay.
I don't know about it. I don't know about it.
She's 24.
Do you have an Instagram?
At least I remember.
Don't actually.
Basically, choosing people 6 minus 5 only 1. 5 and 25 between the. And then how much do you want to be? So I really need to figure out. I mean, what? And what kind of shape what their plans are. Oh, it's 3. You guys have got emails. Here, I'm going to do it like that.
Moves an ally. Ooh, I'll take that one.
I mean, I'm not going to go on there.
Give me your blue ring.
I don't get it. It's discarded.
He has all the Avengers. You have Nick Fury, Captain America, and Thor. He got all of those right.
You do anything else or you let me?
It's not that old, but. Those are really two because we do on block. So if they do one, we have no part. So let's just with this all. This I'm going to fall over here. God, I think I was on you, yeah. Okay, each one of those things. I don't need more evidence because we have so yeah,
The other thing about this is this guy when you go to an after
No, but if I love it,
Oh, there's an awful lot.
I can go on how many must buy more. You may not discard 9 on that 0. And it moves you.
We're testing. We're making sure the mic's working. Testing, 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 testing.
Having trouble with it.
Testing, 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 testing. It's very quiet.
Oh,
I heard myself, but it wasn't very loud at all. I heard myself, but it wasn't very loud at all. I heard myself, but it wasn't very loud at all. Testing, testing. I heard myself, but it wasn't very loud at all. Testing, testing. Start to hear
I
myself.
heard myself, but it wasn't very loud at all.
Testing, testing. Start to hear
I
myself.
heard myself, but it wasn't very loud at all.
Okay, there we go. That's a lot better. Testing, testing. Start to hear
I
myself.
heard myself, but it wasn't very loud at all.
Okay, there we go. That's a lot better. Testing, testing. All right, can you guys hear me just fine? Is there a way to keep the stream chat window always open?
Yeah,
How do you do that?
I think you can pull it out of OBS.
It is.
Then I think under sounds or something.
Okay. Sorry, I am new to streaming, so it is definitely a struggle for me. I'll just try to pop back over and watch chat periodically, since I am a dingus and do not know how to pin this stay on top. So we're here at Grappling Gamers. We're currently waiting for our players to arrive. A lot of them are younger guys, age 14 to 20. And so one of them was mowing his lawn in this hot Texas heat. So my name's John Horry. I'm the independent developer of Pathways to Adventure. I'm here with my good friend V, who is going to be helping me run the stream as best he can. We are unfortunately limited to a laptop right now. We hopefully will be able to get a camera set up here in a bit, and a better mic setup once we have a break and get everybody here and situated. I just wanted to get the stream rolling so people can roll in and I can start explaining the game a little bit. So we're going to give people a little bit more time to get in here. And if anybody has any questions in chat, now is a great time to ask them. I'll do my absolute best to answer as good as possible. I think what I'll do is I'll just pull it up on my phone. That way I can see chat without having to mess up anything else for anybody else. How's everybody doing today? Is everybody having a good day on this wonderful weekend?
Do you have pictures you can post?
Pictures of...
Cool stuff.
Oh, yes.
I'm taking pictures right now.
Okay, no, I do have it. So here in a little bit, we'll pull up the character sheet. I find it's the easiest way to teach people the game. It's a game that ideally, for the majority of it, much like well-designed tabletop games, you should be able to jump in and play within 15 minutes. My goal is to teach brand new players who've never played before, but who have played D&D for quite a while. Some of them have been my players for around a year and a half to 2 years. But our goal is to teach them how to play in 10 minutes and then just get the ball rolling. One of the cool features of Pathways to Adventure is that... Oh, it is better? Okay, so do you need me to talk louder and project more? Is that going to help with the clarity? World. Or words? Words. Yeah. Hopefully if I just project a little bit, it'll be easy enough to hear. But yes, we'll just start off. Does anybody have any questions whatsoever about the system, about what my goals are for Pathways to Adventure? Happy to start off with that while we're waiting for folks. Could you grab me some water? It's over there in the cups. Okay. I don't see anything in chat quite yet. We'll give people a little bit longer. Some people like to type really long, detailed questions, so.
It's a one of the, sorry, and.
Thank you. Is the stream coming in clear? We're on Wi-Fi, so I don't know if that's going to affect the quality or not, but if you guys can hear me, if you could say anything in chat, I would appreciate it. Yeah, so oh, sounds fine? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Dozy70. I really appreciate that. Okay, perfect. So we have a lot of background noise, but I'm glad that it's not getting picked up. Thank you, laptop mic, for working well. Um, but yeah, I will try upping the audio again. At least the quality is clear. That's good.
Prove it. Yes, she did.
Let's just bump this 400%. Okay, testing now. Do I have the booming voice of a god yet? All right, testing. Do I have the booming voice of a god? Perfect. Awesome. That is wonderful. Thank you guys so much for helping me with that. I'm a brand new streamer. As you can tell, we don't have a large audience, but I'm super appreciative for anybody who's jumping in. It is an absolute honor to have you guys. And as some of the first people ever watching this, if you go to our Discord server and join in, we'll get you a golden title called the High Initiative Rollers, and that will give you all of my digital content that I ever produce for free going forward. We're doing that for the first couple hundred people or so that jump in and support the project just by, watching the stream or, participating by playing the game. The rules are given out for free. It is just like the system reference document, the SRD, that Wizards of the Coast uses. The rules are 100% free, free to use, distribute. Please share them, give feedback. We are very much trying to just get the word out at this point and hopefully make the best tabletop RPG we can that accommodates the most people and playstyles and systems. The goal of Pathways to Adventure, the overall goal is to be a game that anybody can play, jump into, and have fun. That's the first major goal. But the other thing is, it's meant to be a flexible system that can hopefully replicate any other system within itself, kind of like GURPS I learned of recently. Um, and it's completely royalty free. If you want to play Call of Cthulhu, if you want to play, D&D settings, it's setting agnostic. It's not a lore system. Although there are a little bit of lore sprinkled in. It is a very ambitious project. I've been working on it for 5 years, keeping it kind of close to my hat. And the recent success of DC 20 has kind of inspired me to finally get off my butt and really, put my nose to the grind and start writing everything out. It is not completely finished, but it is about 95% complete. The ambitious part, which always sounds a little grandiose, but we will be launching hopefully within a couple months with a Kickstarter. And there are 30 ancestries, which are like races. There are 30 classes. There are exactly 200 abilities that I'm still in the process of finishing. That's definitely, I'm about halfway there on those. Uh, and the abilities are for martial characters as well as spellcasters and chanters, people who use spells that have really long cast times. like your priests and stuff like that, traditionally for most games. And so, the long story short is we are going to give you a lot of content for very little money. We don't want to price gouge people. We want this to be a system that people can play and really enjoy. And we're still working on the price point, but my goal hopefully is to keep everything that a dungeon master, excuse me, a game master needs to run the system for $60 digital. Um, and then for players joining in for just the player content like the classes and stuff, all 30 classes, I want that to be available for $20 or less if able. Again, we're still working on the details on that. But if you are a person that joins in now to the Discord to Lost in Paradise, you get all that for free. You don't have to worry about a price point. You don't have to donate anything. If you want to donate, I will have a Patreon set up by next weekend. I just wanted to have a proof of concept before I ask people to consider donating money. So, with that said, does anybody have any questions yet?
Okay, now you go. So I'm doing. Yes.
Now I'm good.
Well, not, well, I'm finished. Alright, so I'm gonna go install one. One, and now we got art.
So I got my chat open on my phone, so I should be able to watch for that coming in, and V is also helping monitor that. Um, but yeah, definitely as much interaction as possible is what I'm looking for today. I love answering questions about Pathways to Adventure. It just makes me happy. And one of my other goals for the game is if there is a character archetype that is high fantasy that you cannot make in Pathways to Adventure with the 30 launching ancestries and classes, then talk to us and we'll make sure that in a future release, when we release extra class content and extra ancestry, extra ability content, that we realize your dream and we make it a thing. We'll find some way to accommodate that. Um, we had a person that wanted to play Captain America. I was like, bet you can already do that. It's great. I had a person who wanted to play a gigantic shield user that just fights with a shield, like Mash Light from Fate Go. You can do that. We've had a person that wanted to play a monk that does nothing but grapple people, and I was like, boy, howdy, do I have a surprise for you. You can grab somebody, and then, hey, Magnus, thanks for joining. But yeah, we were just talking about all the different character concepts you can realize in the game. One of my favorites is the grappling system, is just a series of melee maneuvers that you pull off where you grab somebody first, and if the person's in the grab state, then you have the option to pin them to the ground. And if they are in the pinned state, pinned to the ground, you can either choke them out with choke out, or you can break an arm if you want to break an arm like an arm bar. So, which inflicts broken arm on them, broken limb, excuse me. So, yeah, for anybody joining in, thank you so much for joining. And we're just asking questions right now. I've explained the base of the game that there is 30 ancestries, which are like races. There's 30 classes, 200 abilities, and there's abilities for your fightery folks as well as your spellcasters and your healers. I hate to use the term healer because there's so many classes that can heal, even if that's not their main job. Um, but yeah, does anybody in chat have any questions, or should we just get started? Once our players arrive, we'll actually show the full character selection process with your ABCs, your ancestry, your background, and your class. We'll show that off. We have in the system, there are what are called default starting classes, which have all the abilities already chosen for you. You don't have to worry about fiddling with, oh, which proficiency do I go for? What ability should I choose? It's just already done for you to make a well-rounded, great starting character to just play for people that want to hop in and join. Um, and so we'll be doing that today to showcase that system. And then next weekend, when my players come in and one of my players comes back from Germany, we will be showcasing how to custom make your characters and how detailed the system is for min-maxers and people that really want a certain fantasy archetype fulfilled. And so, with that said, I'll give chat another couple minutes to write any questions you guys have, or if you just want to chime in and say, hey, let's get started, that's fine too. Ooh, eating an eclair, that's nice. Okay, well, we've had one vote to get started, so anybody else want to chime in?
And you did not have to flip over the brain. You could have used.
All right, silence is consent, so we will get started. So, everything in Pathways to Adventure was designed by me, including my cool logo. At least I like it. Um, yes, it's the three aspects, they're derivatives, and the funny thing is I made this actually years ago before I ever had the aspect system idea, and it just kind of worked out because, the three different colors represent the band around there are the green is for your body, the brown is for your spirit, and the blue is for your mind. So that ended up working out perfectly. And the Trinity symbol also, is a good representation of the rule of three in this. And I just like the 7 point star because it kind of looks cool. So that represents the many pathways towards adventure that you can achieve. All right. So there is our Paradise server. You can find this document on our Discord, or you can, I'll have a link in chat for that.
Okay, so if you're on booster, like, I don't know if you're busting into them.
No, no.
Okay.
All right. And so, if you're into numerology, yep, are both classically numbers of perfection. Oh, well, there we go. I'm aiming for perfection. Here we go. So, yeah, for the first, again, 100 people that join into the Discord and just at message me on there, I'll make sure you get a role that gives you all the content ever produced for free, which is a heck of a good deal. It's free 95. And so Paradise is my server that we made for my online games that I ran. I was a professional game master that got paid money to run games by my friends because they were awesome. And it got me through a really tough time in my life where I did not have regular income, unfortunately. And so I am a full-time author now and game designer. So putting my heart, soul, and everything I have into this project. So, enough about me though. Let's get into the system. All right. So, core design goals. These are why I made the game. Um, because I was awesome, my friends were awesome, and we were more awesome together as a party. Um, yeah, my friends, they were paying $20 a game, and that literally for 4 to 7 hour game, they were paying $20 to participate. And I told them, pay what you want, whatever you feels fair. And that's what they decided was a good price point. So they loved it. It was great. We did it every weekend for about 30 weeks, and it really, really helped. So helped pay my rent and put food on my table for my mini pig, Emma. All right, so I'll go through this kind of quickly. I don't have to read it all verbatim, but the game needed to be intuitive to learn, easy to join, but very deep to master. I find that a lot of games, when they try to simplify systems, like DC-20 recently with their attempts to simplify the systems, it simplified some things, made other things a little complicated, a little harder to jump into than my system for sure, but not to throw shade or anything, of course. But I really wanted a system that you could just learn the game in under 15 minutes, jump in with a character, and just start having fun with your group. Having run as another portion of my life, I was a professional dungeon or game master. We'll say dungeon master. I was only running 5th edition at the time. I ran 4 games to 5 games a week for 4 hours with anywhere from 3 to 8 to 10 players at a table. And I always found the most frustrating thing was when new people joined, it would derail the whole thing. They'd spend 30 minutes to an hour making a character, only for us to eventually finally get to play the game or introduce them later. And so that kind of was a pain point for a lot of other players that, were literally paying to play the game in person at our game store named Nexus Game Lounge here in Wichita Falls, Texas. I got to give a shout out to them. And so, with that said, I used to also teach people how to play the game, and I could usually teach people D&D in about an hour. But still, there was always the edge case scenarios about, oh, what about full cover, or what happens when you're in three quarters cover? Do you get +2 or +5 AC? All these, rules that you don't come up as often. And some of the gamer terminology, like saving throws and other things, were just not clicking for brand new people because it's not a like necessarily a natural English word that you would use. For us, we call those prevention roles because everybody knows what it means to prevent something. You stop a bad thing from happening. And so a lot of the keyword bolded stuff in this is a bit like Magic the Gathering's bolded keyword systems, where they mean a certain thing when you see something bolded. There's a set definition, um, and like challenge, for example, is bolded here. It's because challenges or skill challenges, things that you do with your skills to try to succeed at something you want to do. And then lastly, attacking stuff is the third type of role that you make in the game. And you've already learned the three types of roles. You either attack something, you challenge something with your skills, or you try to prevent something bad from happening to you. Or an opponent tries to prevent something you do to happen to them. And so that's where the dungeon master, or game master, excuse me, would roll for the creatures. But yeah, so that's the intuitive, easy to learn, deep to master part. Um, we'll get into the aspect system here in a bit, but I wanted the system to be powerful enough to replicate almost any heroic high fantasy character. I absolutely love creating characters. As a game master, I would tend to just make my own creatures and make them like characters, like assassins and other things, like make them like a player character and play them as if they were a smart, intelligent, confident player character. One of my more memorable moments was a assassin that I made that cut off the head of our old goblin friend and turned invisible with a greater invisibility potion and ran off with the head so that they couldn't revive him. Because he had wronged a dragon of some white might named, well, I can't say the name. It's an EverQuest reference, so I can't use it. It's their IP. But Lord Scragathan, we'll call him Lord Scragathan. For anybody who's played EverQuest, you'll know who I'm talking about, the real name. But yeah, so memorable moments like that. I love making characters like that. And so Pathways to Adventure has to be able to accommodate my itch to make really interesting characters and classes that are just iconic, fun, that tell a story that really gets you into playing that dragoon that has a dragon pet, that breathes fire, that leaps through the air 3 times larger or taller than anybody else, that slams down with her giant glaive to kill the evil dragons, and that maybe one day we'll hopefully get to ride a dragon. Little things like that that really help a class fantasy come alive. And so, lastly, I wanted the game to be bigger, bolder, and bettier. And so I wanted a game that could live up to the quality that I strive for. I wanted it to be ambitious. I absolutely love Betty White. She is my hero, and I wanted something that could honor her a little bit. And my mom's character was actually Betty Offwhite, played as a bard for over a year, who got up to a lot of cool hijinks using illusion magic, especially. But yeah, I wanted a game that was fun, memorable, dramatic, adventure filled, with satisfying conclusions. That's why we only have 10 levels in Pathways to Adventure. We want you to get to the end of your character's story in about 20 weeks. 24-hour play sessions should be about it for an adventure on average, is what we recommend. That said, that's just a recommendation. We recommend leveling up every 2 sessions. It just feels about right with what we've kind of planned out. And so, with that said, let's get into the actual nuts and bolts. So, dice, success, fails, criticals. Dice, the magical dopamine generating tools, we all love them. Develop superstitions about how they bless us with success and curse us with fails to make memorable outcomes. So,
Yeah.
all dice, D&D can scare away a promising year-long campaign. Oh, yes. Yeah, long campaigns can be fun, but I find it better. One of the advices we received while working at Nexus Game Lounge as professional uh, DMs and GMs was to try to make mini arcs in your stories. Try to do like, hey, do a story for 3 months and then cut it off and do something else or start a new campaign. Because people don't necessarily want to be mired in a campaign for a year to 2 years and the exact same thing. That's a commitment. Not all marriages last that long, let's be honest. So, it's like having a baby or adopting a cat or ferret probably is about right because they live about 5 years to unfortunately 8. Um, I used to have ferrets. I love them, little stink weasels. But yes, back to dice. So it's really simple. You just simply play with a d6 is the standard rules. You can do a d20 system version of it, but you have to fiddle with the numbers to make it balanced, and everything hits a lot harder because you're not just adding up to 6 damage, you're adding up to 20 damage if you use the d20. So you definitely have to play with hit point or health point levels and skill check levels and difficulty challenges for your challenges. But let's just keep it easy. A d6 is what we start with. There is advantage and disadvantage. You simply roll twice, take the better outcome or the worse outcome if you're advantaged or disadvantaged. And that is everything you need to know about dice rolling, other than successes, fails, and criticals. We'll give people the really long, detailed questions. Okay. And so my phone decided to finally start showing the stream. Um, Let me look at
Should
chat.
put it on chat only.
Hey, some people are coming. Let's see if they're my players. Hey guys, are you wanting to play D&D today?
You want a great character.
Yeah. So we're actually playtesting, you ready for this? My own game that I've been making for 5 years. And I have it designed for people to jump in and just play and have fun.
Interesting.
And so hopefully when Hey Bruce, when you get a second, can we find the camera?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you do? Okay, awesome. Once we get ready to play, we'll want to be able to show people. So we have 2 new players that just joined. Are you guys comfortable sharing your names or no?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Brian.
Brian and Shannon. And we got V, Brian, and Shannon so far. So right now we're just going to be previewing the rules of the game.
Okay.
And so the only thing we've really gone over so far is that the dice are a d6. We only need a d6 to play.
Easy.
And you only ever have to roll one d6. You never have to worry about rolling multiples. The only 3 types of rolls you'll make, well, let's talk about successes and failures. That's where we're currently at. And so, first of all, have you guys ever played D&D?
A little bit.
Just a little bit, and you haven't, Shannon? It's Shannon, right? Shannon. Okay, I'm terrible with names. All right, yeah, we're streaming live on Twitch, so I'm so excited. It's so fun. Um, but yeah, so a success is simply when a roll turns out in your favor, you succeed on the roll. You slash your goblin with your sword as an attack. You succeed baking that cake. You accidentally nailed it. You avoid that dragon's fire breath. And so a failure, however, is the opposite. It's where the dice turn against you and you roll bad. And then you just get minuses, or you just don't succeed what you're trying to do. Now, a critical success and an epic fail, that's when you roll either a 6 on the dice or a 1. So doing the math there, I want to believe that that works out to around, what is that, a 16 to 17% chance to get a failure or a success. It's whatever half of 33 is. And so, yeah, we're not playing D&D. We're definitely going to be playing Pathways. They originally were coming here to play D&D though before I decided to play test this today, so I kind of blindsided them a little bit. Side blinded them. All right. And so I'm also a little dyslexic, so we'll have some fun with that today. But yeah, so critical roles and epic failures. So a critical success is always going to succeed on a roll. You slash the goblin with your sword, you hit a major artery, that's gotta hurt. You baked a cheesecake, and your cheesecake was fit for the gods. You were amazing. You avoided the dragon's massive flame breath and remained completely unscathed. Those are what we consider critical successes.
I want to put the on the TV so they can see it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let me extend my screen. We're going to be showing the rules off to them. I've got it just on my laptop screen for now, so let me do that real fast. Show that custom Ruby art off that someone made for me a long time ago. Display settings.
You wanna
We're going to be playing on a TV that we turned over on its side once we get to the actual play. And so, duplicate displays. All right. Oops. Okay. Oops. There we go. And we're in full screen. Oh, we are in full screen. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so critical successes and epic fails. So an epic fail is the opposite. It's where you roll 1 on your d6. So, a little under 17% of the time, you're going to have a bad time. Now, they don't do anything bad to you necessarily. Maybe they'll make you off balanced if you miss with a sword swing or something. But one of the things in Pathways to Adventure is we want our players and our heroes and our villains to feel competent. If a attack quote unquote misses, if it's a failed attack, you don't just swing in the air and miss. It's you swung and it hit the thing's armor. You swung and they deflected it with the shield or dodged at the last second. It's not a system where you're just flailing around like you've got pool noodles and you're not hitting each other. Now, if you get an epic fail, that's where you whiff it. You swing and you miss. You do something goofy. You have a what do they call it? A pitfall? I forget the name of it. Pratfall. I think pratfall is the name where you goof up, something like that. What do I have against pool noodles? I have nothing against pool noodles, Magnus. All right, so that's pretty simple. Does that make sense? And so you simply double the outcome value on a crit, and for anything that's damage related. And so the 3 types of rolls you'll ever have to make in the game. They are attack rolls, prevention rolls, and challenge rolls. I'm going to pull up it'll take me a second to find it. But I'm going to pull up on screen the character sheet because I find this the easiest way to explain it. Whoops. Navigate over to that. I thought I had it on here. See all my wonderful stuff here.
No, this is where.
Perfect.
I
There we
look
go.
at the make sure everything's on daily village.
Yeah.
Because I can't tell, it won't load up on that phone.
Oh, okay.
So I can't see.
Okay. Magnus, is everything still showing well? Can you see the character sheet pulled up? It's a black void. Okay, let me.
Have to have that individual file as the source.
Yeah. Well, we'll skip that for now. Transition. Screen water. Why is it not working? Okay, so that pulled up. There it goes, hopefully. Maybe.
You'll have the adding as the source.
Okay. Yeah, that's really strange that it's not working like that. So we'll just go back to here.
That the armor aren't.
Okay. So, do we have the rules document showing again? Yeah, I didn't close a program. That's the weird part. Let me. Okay, there we go. That's back at least. Okay. So it should be at least showing this. Okay. So now, I'll pull up my Discord because I know I posted it in there. At some point, I posted an image of it. Had a lot of people joining in, so I'm really happy. Here we go. Okay. Browser. Whoa, way too zoomed in. Okay, so is that visible on the stream now, hopefully? Let me see the character sheet mock-up. Yeah, certainly, always gonna have technical difficulties. I think it should be showing it, hopefully. Okay, perfect. So, is my mouse visible, hopefully? Wiggling it around in the middle. Okay, I think it is. So, what we'll talk about are the three types of roles. It's not. Okay. I'll just direct your eyeballs with my voice. So in the bottom right hand or left hand section, you see it says attack rolls and it has a dice right there. So right there on your character sheet, we're going to eventually write down your accuracy of your character's attacks. And that includes their physical maneuvers, their magical spells, and their mystical chants. And so that's one type of roll you'll make when you're doing anything that's going to try to hurt an opponent and do damage. It's an attack roll, and that's checked against the opponent's defense. On this mock-up, our defense is at the top left, along with our health points and our defensive stats, our prevention stats, our avoidance to avoid a bad outcome from a physical attack, our resistance to avoid a bad outcome of or to resist a bad outcome of a spell, and endure to endure a bad outcome of a chant. And so the power of our own physical abilities, spells, and chants are at the top right, which incantation was the old word for a chant. We decided to shorten it to chant because incantation is a lot of syllables and it takes a lot of space. So, um, so if something bad happens to you, like a dragon breathes fire at you, if a boulder starts to run down a thing and crush you, anything like that is a prevention roll. I know incantation's not a bad word, and it's technically a bit better than chant, but it's rough for me to have to write that out all the time and say incantation, 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 um, instead of chant. And so, plus chant sounds like something a cheerleader would do, and a cheerleader class is going to be a thing at some point in the modern classes, along with therapist, personal trainer, and motivational speaker. I've had fun, modern, mundane classes as a one that's going to be a fun release eventually. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, so we got the prevention rolls to prevent bad things. We've got the attack rolls to hurt things. And lastly, your skills are what's going to go on these little fans in the middle. Right now, I had 6 on here, but it's supposed to be 10. I just could not draw them thin enough to look good. So I also at one point thought I was going to have 6 skills instead of 10 skills per main stat. But yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the main stats. So where it says body at the top middle, mind at the middle middle left bottom of the circle, and then spirit, it says that at the middle right of this big circle in the middle. Those are our 3 main stats. It is called our aspects. They're collectively called aspects, and they are the core aspects of what your character is. And so I like this system because you can describe any character from any fiction or even people you know in real life based on their body, their mind, and their spirit. Some people we know, they might have really frail bodies, but exceptionally great minds, like Stephen Hawking. People who've gone through traumatic experiences that have showed, great character and personal resolve with their spirit that's unbreakable. And, people like Arnold Schwarzenegger who have a great body. And so, allegedly, I've been told. And so, with that, your aspects, these 3 main stats, they funnel into all of your other stats and abilities. So, let's look at body, for example. Let's say you had 3 points in body. You're a very strong bodied character. There's a max of 5 points that you can put into any aspect, unless you're like a monster, like a giant that has like, 10 in body or something crazy, because they're really strong. stronger than what other mortals should be. And so let's say we have 3 in body. You would get 3 in physique, 3 in endurance, and 3 in technique as your attributes, sub-attributes, and each do different things. Physique allows you to hit harder. Endurance allows you to avoid harmful stuff better, and it gives you your points that you use for your physical attacks and abilities called your maneuvers, and that's called your stamina points. And so stamina comes back each turn. You get half of it back each turn, rounded down. And so it's a resource that you can use constantly. You don't have to worry about running out of it as much as the others. And lastly, technique is your accuracy and how many skills that you know. And so if we start with a 3 in body, as a fighter character, for example, would, you are just very good with your physicality, all around. Um, with mind, this is more for spellcasting or doing mental tasks. And so your intellect is your powerful stat for that one. Your acuity is your ability to think quickly and use information quickly. So that's your accuracy stat and how many spells you know. And then lastly, your resilience gives you mana points and helps you resist stuff. Spirit is the last aspect. It gives you morale points with your resolve. Morale points are very important because if you run out of morale, you give up. You run away. You lose the fight by not dying, but by admitting defeat, essentially. Yeah, where's your morale, bud? Willpower is the strength stat of this one. It increases your damage and healing effectiveness and stuff with your spirit abilities, your chants. One's called incantations. And then lastly, attunement is your accuracy stat for your spirit abilities. And so all of the skills that are associated with them, the 10 skills, they also just have the exact same value as the aspect. In certain classes, in fact, all classes, they'll have modifiers that either increase or decrease. So these 3 stats out here, the 9 stats that are the attributes, and it helps make a class a little bit more unique and specialized. Warriors, for example, are all about their martial capabilities. They can't use spells. So they have 0 in intellect and 0 in acuity because they start with 1 mind and a -1 intellect and a -1 acuity. So that literally means they cannot know spells. That would mean you have no acuity. So lastly, in the bottom right, well, two more things. In the bottom right, we have all of your movement information. So your high jumping, your long jumping, your normal movement, which I need to change to run, your climbing movement, your swimming movement, and your flying movement. If you're not skillful in climbing or swimming, you only have half of your normal movement in those. If you don't have any ability to fly, you just have no flight. And everybody can make a high jump, even just a little bit, or a long jump, excuse me. And if you have at least 2 body stat or higher, you can make a high jump. Otherwise, you're a frail wizard who he's got no vertical. So. And very lastly, we have equipment broken up into 4 categories. There are weapons, which are things you use to make attacks, and in some cases to use your other skills, but definitely for all of your attacks. That includes spellcasting and, more obvious ones like bows and arrows and stuff like that, swords. Armor is actually supposed to go 1 more square to the right. Shield should be where armor is. I just messed up on that. But your shield, should you choose to have one, goes there. Your armor would then go where the shield is. And lastly, tools are very important. They're things that are actually part of your build. Using items with tools is actually extremely important in this game. Like a lot of games, you'll forget what you carry. In this game, you have very limited inventory space, and so you're going to want to keep stuff that you actually want to use, like a medicine, a medical kit, a grappling hook, things that are practical, a torch to light people on fire or light the way. So, canister of oil to light stuff with your torch for even more burning. Fun stuff like that. Certain classes even specialize in tools a bit, like the thief class, or the rogue, excuse me. And that is the entire game as far as how to play it. You just roll one of 3 different types of dice. You get your character's stats set up, and you get your abilities chosen. And so for starting characters, for the default stuff, I've already got most of that chosen for you. So let's talk about actually making a character now. He was Mr. Universe. Victory. Okay, yeah, nice. Schwarzenegger. All right, let me get back over to here. Okay, so let's talk about actually making your character. So we've gone over the roles. And this is the fun part where you really get to figure out what you want to do. So we've already talked about the aspects and attributes. Body aspect, mind aspect, spirit aspect. Resource management, you do get those mana points back once per minute. Stamina, you get half of it back per round at the start of your turn. And morale points, you only get back once every 10 minutes. So morale is very hard to recover. Emotional damage is rough. And so it is.
Is it?
Ish. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so character creation. So it's as easy as remembering your A, B, C's. And so it's your ancestry, which is, where you come from, combination of your physical traits of your character and cultural heritage. That is like what most people consider your race. Like, are you an elf? Are you a dragon person? Are you a furry race like the Porksea, which are my pig people? Fun stuff like that. I do love my Porksies as a pig owner. Your background, how you got here. So this is fun. This is your story before the story starts. And so it is you choose your aspects of your character, your attributes, your profession, and your origin story. And it really tells us a quick story of who you were before your character hit the table. And then lastly, the part that most people consider most important is your class, where you choose, where you'll go, what you do, how you interact with the world, what set of features and built-in things, if you do the default characters like we're going to be doing today, um, what you want to go for. And so let's look at Ancestry real quick. We don't have to read the whole thing, but we do have 30 Ancestries we're launching with. I wanted to do more, but I thought 30 was already kind of a little bit rough. And so we're going to give our players a chance to look over them. I know one of my players is definitely wanting to play a dwarf already, a dwarf cleric. So we've already got our healer figured out, our stubborn boy. Um, and so I can explain anything about them. Is there any name there that kind of pops off at you? Celestials are cool. So celestials are beings that have been touched from the higher planes of existence. They were either born there, maybe one of their parents got jiggy with an angel or something. You just never know, but they've got that divine, a little bit of the divine fury there as well as the divine healing. They are able to eventually manifest wings and fly, if you like the whole angel thing. But they don't have to be angel. They can also be, Nordic kind of deity-infused creatures or druidic creatures from Celtic lore. That could be, animal-based creatures and stuff like that. There's a wide variety of how you want to theme your celestial. Is there any others that kind of catch your eye?
Chaos.
Chaos. So they are the same thing, but they were touched by the realms of chaos. And so they are all over the place. Their fun thing is they don't have a set creature type. They get to choose it each day. So if you want to say today I'm an elemental and tomorrow I'm an undead vampire, that's the fun thing with chaos. Yeah, we got the angel and your devil, baby. Yep. And yeah, my personal favorite though are the Porksies. They're my pig race. As a pig owner, mini pig owner named Emma, my little piglet. I'll show a picture of her eventually and on stream. Yes. I'll probably bring her up here at some point if he'll let me. Oh no. Okay. At the risk of getting into personal things on here, I'm gonna do it.
Show your baby.
I must show my pig. It really should. Okay, so we've got that already done.
It's funny because we went to a petting zoo and she was like obsessed with this mini
Yo, we
pig.
got mad because they had a mini pig and they were like, you can't feed the mini pig the regular food.
Yeah.
I'm like,
We didn't know. We didn't know.
So this was her as a bebe.
What a good color.
Yeah. She's a little redhead,
so
a little shirtless pick of me, gotta work on my beach body. That's when she was getting a little older. And this is her now. She's a handsome ham now. So yeah, that's why we got the Porksies.
so I want a capybara. That's all.
Yeah, capybaras actually make great pets.
dogs I know. They're like dogs.
That's so cool. They are.
It sounds like laser beams. Cool.
They're so cute. But yeah, and so let's go down and look at what you get with the different races. Now, one thing I have on here, and this is a player tip written in here, is your ancestry is the least mechanically important part of your character. So pick what you like. Don't pick what's the powerful option, because none of these things are things that are going to permanently give you an advantage on your character. They just might make you a little bit better earlier on. For example, if you are a dwarf and you want to be a dwarf smith, you start off as a master level smith, which is crazy strong, but anybody can become a master level smith. So dwarf, you start with +2 armor and master's in smith profession, and you're considered a humanoid. Now armor can never exceed 10. So the only thing this does for a dwarf really is it allows them to wear a breastplate as if they were wearing full plate armor. And so they get the benefits of being less loud and clanky when they do stealth. And it has lower weight capacity, or it has lower item weight, equipment weight. And so that's the dwarf one. Their feature is called armored. And so let's go down to the Celestial. So the Celestials, they will always know the harm/heal chant, and theirs does radiant damage. So when you blast someone from 10 feet away with a powerful bolt of radiant energy, or you heal your allies, that's the cool thing for Celestials. And I forgot to put on there about the flying thing, but eventually they get to fly. And then the Chaos. Their creature type is your choice. You know, they don't have a set creature choice. You get to choose every day. And they get to choose the damage type of their harm from their heal harm. And so I'm going to have something where they get to roll on a D10 table or a D6 table for what their daily damage type and creature type is. I just haven't got that implemented yet, just to keep it all chaotic every day or something new. You yawn, you wake up, you look in the mirror, and you know you've got a new tentacle or a new horn that day. You just never know. And so those are the 3 races we have that are getting picked right now. So let's talk about your background. We've already got our races picked out. And you notice the races don't affect anything to do with your stats as far as your attributes and your aspect points. So you have 2 options for assigning your aspect points. You can either do 3, 2, and 1, or 2, 2, and 2. The only caveat, however, is if you want to play a class that is a purely body, a purely mind, or a purely spirit class, you do want to start with a 3 in it. Otherwise, you'd have to change classes late to get the class. And so the 4 classes we have today are Cleric, Warrior, Wizard, and Adventurer. Does any of those, would you like me to explain a little bit about them before we pick our assigning attributes?
Oh, and she know what they are?
Kind of, so at least base what they
So little
can kind of
body.
do.
Sure. So warriors are all about the body. They use physical maneuvers as their main abilities, but they also have a good about a little middling amount of spirit as well. They're inspiring to allies. They're leaders. They eventually become they get a fan club and get some trainees that they can command around as a group. And if they die, oh well, there's more recruits the next day. So they're really fun. They're total himbos, if you know the term. Like think of Kronk from whatchamacallit, from Emperor's New Groove. Totally a warrior, totally Kronk. Hercules would be a warrior. All sorts of fun stuff like that. And so that's warrior. They're very tanky. They taunt people and challenge them to make them fight them, or else the person takes emotional damage. And so yeah, you lose a morale point if you don't accept the challenge and try to fight the warrior. And so that's warrior. Wizard is all about the mind, and so they're your nerds, you know, that everybody wants to go up and punch to interrupt their spells. They concentrate on powerful spells where they can only maintain 1 at a time. And if they get slapped in the face, they can lose their concentration and the spell stops. They use mana as their main resource, and their body's very weak, but their spirit's still okay. So they can cast a chant or 2. They just don't want to do too many because they will run out of morale points and will become demoralized. So that's the other thing to explain about resources. If you lose all stamina, you enter a really bad state called exhaustion, and you don't recover stamina if you're exhausted. You have to take a breather for 1 turn. If you lose all your mana and spend all your spell points away, essentially, you become dazed, which is really bad. Things can attack you really easily. You can't recover mana. It's a bad time. And then if you lose all your morale, like we talked about, you become demoralized and your character just gives up. And so morale points are very important and very expensive resources to use. So that's your wizard. They have a lot of damage spells, a lot of control spells, buff spells for allies, debuffs for enemies, speed people up with time magic, slow enemies down with time magic, teleport people across the battlefield, either enemies or allies, all sorts of fun spells and stuff like that. And then lastly, or sorry, not lastly, cleric has already kind of been chosen today, but clerics are just the prime healer of all the people that can heal in the game. They kind of just do it the best. That doesn't mean that they're necessary to have in a group, but if it comes to push or shove, they're very, very tanky. They wear heavy armor like the warrior does. They carry shields usually. And so they're just exceptionally hard to kill, and they'll keep the party alive through the toughest of times. And they're a spirit class, so they always have a lot of morale to keep the boost going for people. Very strong-willed. Stubborn dwarf fits really well with a cleric, like we're having today. And so the other one would be the adventurer, the all-arounder, the one that I joke is the weakest class. It's based off an anime character called Kazuma from Konosuba, who knows a little bit of everything but isn't great at anything and is exceptionally good at running away. And the fun thing about that class is once you hit level 3, if you die, someone can revive you by healing you, and it doesn't cost them anything. So you're expendable too. And so I really love that one. It's one of my favorites. And so Adventurer can do anything. They have 2 points in all stats, and they can heal, they can harm, they can shoot with a bow, they can attack with a sword. They're not super tanky, but they're durable enough. And so that would be your Adventurer. So of the 3 that we still have remaining, which one sounds good for you guys?
I think with chaos, I was either warrior or probably wizard. I don't know. You pick first.
Saying warrior.
All right, so we got our Holy Warrior. I love it. I love it. Our Angelic Beast. All right, so you're going for Chaos Wizard?
Yep.
All right, we got a Chaos Wizard. I love it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I was always hoping someone would pick Lizard Wizard, but yeah. And so we've already got the points assigned, so I'll go ahead and tell you what they're going to be. So for Wizard, you're going to have 3 mind. And so, and I'll pull up their stats real quick.
One body, I'm assuming.
Yes, 1 body and 2 spirit.
Copy.
And warrior is the exact opposite. You have 3 body, 2 spirit, and 1 mind. And let me pull up that document real quick. All right, so we'll go over the warrior stuff first. We're going to get a printout here in a bit after we take a break and get your class all figured out. And when we do that, we'll get your printout of all your abilities and stuff that you have. Because you have quite a few at level 1, unlike most games. You just have a lot of options, but they hopefully shouldn't be too overwhelming. So for warrior, your stats are going to be 4 physique, technique, and endurance, because you get a +1 to all of them. You have 0 intellect and acuity, and 4 in resilience. You're a little more resilient than average. And then your spirit attributes are going to be 2 attunement, 0 willpower, and 3 resolve. Perfect. All right. And then your equipment at the very bottom is going to be, oops, I forgot to fix that for, no, I didn't. Okay, so yeah, we're on warrior, never mind. All right, so your equipment is going to be 2 long swords and a longbow. Okay. You have no shield, so you just put a line through shield. You have plate armor, which gives you +10 defense. That is armor. And you have 2 health potions. I forgot to write it on here, but you have a grappling hook. You can go Batman on people. Okay. And then it's going to be really hard to write because it's super tiny and these are kind of thick markers, but you are good at climbing, grappling, and swimming, and you'll put that under the body area. Yeah, so go ahead and give yourself 6 climbing, swimming. Yep. Yep. And grappling, which up under the little fan on the body, it's gonna be kind of hard to write because it's tiny. But the climbing, the swimming, you have a 6 there on those, as well as on grapple, which is really fun. That's where you take someone to the ground and break their arm or choke them out.
It is a free per 3 skills for this.
Yes. And so since you're proficient in those, you get double that body stat in them, so they're all plus 6s. So anytime you roll a challenge roll with your body or climbing or swimming, you get a 6 bonus. So that's pretty darn good, very powerful early on. You can climb on creatures. You can climb up creatures and do Monster Hunter stuff to them and stab them and find weak points. It's great. So we got everything I think on there. So for your defensive stats at the top left on your character sheet, thank you, B. You will have 16 hit points, which is the base of 4 plus 12. So it's at the very, very top. Health points is kind of got cut off a little bit. Yeah. And then your defense is 15. And that's again what people have to roll plus their accuracy to even hit you.
Shift plus 4 to 12 health points or
No, it's 4 plus 12, so it should be 16. Yeah. Yep. As you level up, you'll get 12 hit points every time as a warrior. That's the highest in the game. And then defense is 15, movement is 6, carrying capacity is 8. So at the very bottom, where your equipment is, where it says carrying capacity, you'd have 8.
What do you call?
Carrying capacity should be 8. And you've only got 6 pounds worth of gear on you right now, or 6 carrying capacity worth of gear. Okay. So just for fun, if you ever carry more weight than your carrying capacity, you become encumbered. That lowers your movement stats by 1, your attack stats, your defensive stats. Everything gets dropped by 1 for each point you're over your carry limit. So it lets you overweight yourself or, haul an ally over your shoulder and carry them to safety, but it's going to slow you down a little bit and make you less effective. And yeah, that is almost everything for your character. In the top right, you're going to put so for your potency, your maneuver potency is 4, your spell potency is 0, and your spirit potency is 2. Okay? And then for your accuracy at the bottom for your attacks, at the bottom left, yep, you're going to get a +4 for your maneuvers, a 0 for your spells, and a 2 for your enchants, your incantations. And your entire character is done.
What's the avoid with this?
Oh, yes, sorry. Those are the exact same as the other ones. So 4, 0, and 2, I believe. No, 4, 0, 3. Sorry, I'm so sorry. 4, 4, 3. Because you're actually pretty resistant to spells. Yeah. So warriors are pretty hard to hit with spells too. Yes, yeah, because you don't use spells, so that's why it's got the 0. But you can be hit by spells, so you have to be tanky. And your character's done. You have a fully made character ready to be played. Here in a bit, we'll print out all your attacks and stuff. Just to preview them on the screen, though. This gives you an idea how fun it is to play martial characters in this game. I'm so proud of how it turned out. So let's look at your melee stuff, your melee attack maneuvers. You have 3 of them. Blade Storm, you get a +5 to your roll, which is the accuracy bonus of the base. So it's a d6, so it's an average of a 3 on a roll. So 3 plus 5 is 8, plus your bonus is 4 for your attacks. Bottom left. Yeah. It's +4 for your martial attacks, your maneuvers. Perfect, perfect. So 4 plus a 3 is 7, plus 5 is 12. So if something has 12 or lower defense, on average, you're going to be hitting them half the time. So, but that's a lot of defense. So you're very accurate, to give you an idea. And so, Blade Storm, you do weapon damage to all creatures around you. And so you make 1 attack roll, and that attack affects all things around you. And so if you're surrounded by a horde of enemies, you've challenged them all, that's a good time to Blade Storm. Dual Strike is your ultimate, like, this is my main bread and butter damage ability. So Dual Strike requires you to wield two different weapons, and when you attack with them, you get to add that 9 damage plus your body modifier. So it'll be 3 plus 9 is how much you'll be doing when you're attacking with Dual Strike. Hey, we're getting our camera set up here in a bit. Super excited when we actually start playing. Um, so your leap strike is really fun. I think you're gonna like this one. So, oh, I did forget your leap distance. Leap distance is 2 for your long jump, and then 1 for your high jump. I think, yeah. And so leap strike's really cool. You run at least 1 square and then leap towards where you're gonna be attacking, and you stab them. Yeah, so you have to have that little 5-foot distance to kind of get a little run going, and then ka. Yeah, and that's all your melee attacks. Those make sense? Cool. All right, now for your bow attacks, you have full draw, which is your super powerful bow attack. It's actually your strongest attack you have, but it costs 3 endurance points to use, so it's very expensive and it's less accurate. It has no bonuses for accuracy. So that's if you have a big fat enemy that has low armor and you think you can hit it, you might want to whip out the ye olde longbow and just absolutely, wreck the person. And then you've got leaping shot, which is just like leaping strike, but you're doing it from range with your bow. You get a running start, you leap at them, and the further you go, and the more damage you'll do when you shoot. So it's good if you can't quite get up to somebody yet, but you want to go close that distance. So those are attacks. Let's talk about tactical maneuvers. These are things you do to opponents that don't do damage, but that affect them negatively in some way. So bash. Bash is where you try to interrupt somebody. If you've got a shield, you're hitting them with your shield. If not, you're just hitting them with the pommel of your weapon or punching them while you're holding your swords. Um, and it has a +5 to its roll as well. And so the opponent has to be the one to try to avoid being bashed. So you don't have to roll anything. I, as the game master, would roll for the enemy to see if they prevent it, if they avoid being bashed. So, yes, yes, I'll be playing the enemy characters and NPCs you interact with. And so it's fun for me too, because I get to use these skills against you as well. So that's Bash. It's good for interrupting people. It can make them dazed. And if you're wielding a shield, it's even better. You don't have a shield though, but you effectively have a shield while wielding 2 weapons. So for you, you treat it like you're wielding a shield because warriors are cool like that. All right, and so this is my favorite one though, especially for where we're currently at. It's called Grappling Gamers. It's a game store here in Iowa Park, Texas. It's part game store, part arcade, and part judo. And with the judo part of it, they like to take people down to the ground, pin them down, and choke them out or break an arm. And so hopefully not actually break an arm, but get them in an arm bar. And so you can do that to people. You can absolutely do that as a warrior. You can use the grab ability. You can then pin someone to the ground after they're grabbed and then decide to choke them out or break an arm. So pretty fun, pretty fun. And also you can kick people to try to knock them over. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we have the Fix It Felix game. Neat. Yep. And the last 2 abilities you have to worry about of everything are your chance. Because again, you do have 2 spirits, so you do have some beneficial buff stuff you can do. And so, Intimidating Roar, you immediately inflict the Immobilize and Frighten Affliction on an enemy. So if they don't successfully avoid it, they become rooted in place, they can't move, they piss their pants, and they become frightened, meaning they have disadvantage on a lot of things against you because you're terrifying to them. Yes. Yeah, it uses 1 morale point, so you can't use it much, but when you do need to use it, it's very handy. And then lastly, Charge. You inspire the Charge boon on choice creatures within range of 12. So within 12 squares, you can make all your allies move their speed instantly on your turn and make them like all rush up at the enemy. So very, very powerful ability. So that's everything you need to know to play a warrior. Does that make sense so far? It's fun in practice because then you get to figure out which moves you want to use. The one last thing for warriors and other fighters, you can take 2 attacks per turn when you use your attack action, which is called execute a maneuver. So yeah, you can use leap strike to jump in, and then dual strike to really chop their head off, or full draw to do a bunch of damage, then run up at them and shoot again. You just can't use the same attack twice in a row. That's the only thing. No button mashing. Yep, no. Now you could run and jump to shoot, and then run and jump to leap strike. Now that's a cool way to close the distance. I never even thought about that. You already got some cool ideas going there. I love it. I love it. All right, so let's go for Wizard. I don't have all your abilities on here. I do have them on a separate document. I just forgot to put them on here like this. We'll look at Cleric's abilities really fast because you've already got your character stats done. So for the abilities I put on for Cleric with the little time I had to do today, because you didn't really want a full set of like 12 abilities anyways, you said, just the standards. Keep it simple. You've got Leap Strike, just like she does.
I think you put it on here. Oh,
I didn't.
the back.
So just +5 to hit, 1 stamina cost, and it does 3 damage per distance you travel, which for you should be 10, I think. So, or
Stamina
10
cost
feet, which is
South.
uh, just put 6 damage if you leap 10 spaces, or 2 spaces, 10 feet.
The numbers are.
Yeah, just put. Huh? Yeah, we'll help you make a character in a bit. Do you want to play the adventurer? They're the all-arounder that can do everything. Okay, cool. No, it's pretty easy. I'll need to, when we take a break here, I'll get all the abilities figured out for you guys. I'll just have to copy and paste from a document. So for you, V, you have Leap Strike, which is just exactly what hers is. You've got Precise Strike, which instead of a +5 to hit, it gets a +10 to hit, and does 6 weapon damage plus your body. Which is the same for all yours. I forgot to write it on there, but you get to add that 3 of your body for the damage of everything, plus whatever it says on there. Yeah. And so those are your 2 physical attacks, V. And so for your melee chant skill, you have Guided Holy Strike, Guided Holy Strike. And it has a +10 to hit as well. And you'll probably want to use it on things that are you want to really kill because it adds your spirit plus your body in damage. And this is where it gets a little crazy. +12 damage. So a lot of damage coming out from that ability.
And it's +10 to hit.
Yeah. And it gives the next incoming attack advantage. So it's just like Guiding Bolt from 5th edition that you've used a bunch. Yeah. But it's a melee strike.
Okay.
And the one thing to explain about chants is and this is true for your chant as well, they take a full round to work. So it's the idea is you're speaking a chant for 10 seconds in the universe, and then it happens on the start of your next turn. Yeah. And so 10 seconds is the duration of a round in this game instead of 6 like it is in 5th edition. And it just gives more time for the cinematic stuff to happen. And so we're getting our camera set up here in a bit. We'll take a break probably in about another 10 minutes or so. But yeah, so you got Guided Holy Strike. You've got Divine Bolt, which is your next one, V.
Sorry.
Divine Bolt. And it has +5 to hit. It's a 12 range.
But I should start.
Okay.
You should start recording, I guess. Right now.
Okay. And do we have a cord to connect it to the laptop? If not, I can just record and then put it up on YouTube later.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Uh,
If not, it's fine. We'll just get it next time.
I think you might be able to
Wirelessly?
to your laptop somehow, wireless.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do a search for that when we take our break. Thank you so much, Bruce. I appreciate it. Awesome. Okay, yeah, so we got a camera set up. We're just going to figure out how to get it connected to the laptop now, since we don't have a cord. Yeah, so Divine Bolt V, it does your spirit +15. And you get to choose a damage type. It can be Radiant, Spirit, or Necrotic. because those are all considered divine damage types in this game.
Spirit, Radiant, and
Necrotic.
Yes.
Okay, so again, it's +5 to hit and 12 range, so it can shoot from 60 feet. 5 foot is 1 range, relatively, it gives you an idea. And then my favorite ability in the game, Heal Harm. Heal/harm. It is a modal ability. A lot of our abilities are modal, where you get to choose one thing or the other. And so, if you're looking on there, it's right here. Oops. Right here. And so, when you use Heal Harm, you get to, within 2 range, either heal somebody for 20 plus your spirit, or harm somebody for your spirit plus 20. So it's the same thing, just heal or harm. But it's only a range of 2, so you got to get a lot closer than if you're using Divine Bolt. That's why it does 5 more damage. All right. And so, in fact, I might actually change Divine Bolt to also be a healing ability too at some point. I'm tempted to do that so you get a long range heal as well. But for now, we're just going to keep it close range. And that's all your skills. Those make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. All righty. And so we've had a new person just join in. I'm super excited. If you want to come a little bit closer, I'll help you make your character sheet super quick while we have a break. And we'll try to get our camera working, and we should be back in about 10 minutes, maybe. We shall see. So I will pause it for now, and we will come back.
So you know, the only D&D knowledge I know is Stranger Things.
Perfect. You're already ready to play. All right. So do you want to write it down, or do you want me to?
I don't understand.
Okay. So for an adventure, we start with 2 here, 2 here, and 2 here. So this is your body. It's your physical body. This is your mind, your mental stuff. This is your spirit. This is your force of will. And so for you, you're going to put a 2 in all of these spots. But as an adventurer, you get certain bonuses and certain minuses. So adventurers do not have a lot of power with their abilities. So you get a 1, and a 1 in your power stats. But you have a lot of resources in defensive stuff. So you're going to get a 3 in your endurance, resilience, and spirit. Oh, I forgot to put your mana, stamina, and morale. You get 3 morale because you've got the 3 there. Yeah, you just put little bubbles right near. What I put them like right here. So he's going to have 3 morale points as well. He's going to have 3 mana points. You're going to have 4 endurance points, which is really good, actually. Yep. Well, right now we're not, but yes. So stamina is 1 plus your endurance, so you'll have probably a lot, like 5. Yeah, you're really tanky. So
From my dreams to be a reverse flow.
well, let's hope we get that dream. So I forget your weapons and stuff. It's a sword, longbow, or short bow. I'm just so happy you guys could join today. This is like perfect.
Yeah, I was like debating. I'm like tired. I'm like, no, I'm gonna come.
We've been doing stuff all day.
Yeah, I'm like, Brian, look.
It's a feeling good, so he didn't show up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Seems kind of roughly missed something.
Yeah. Right? You can. I just decided to dress up today for no real reason other than it's my first stream.
That many.
We've had at least 4. I haven't actually kept track of it.
Yeah. Because it's me and you checking it, so that's 2. And then
And Magnus guy, and yeah.
and then like the few others.
Yep. Okay. So we have 2, 2, 2, and 2. Adventure is so easy because everything's just 2s and 3s. Your defense should be 8 plus body of 2, so 10.
The game.
In your health is
Yeah, it's called the game. It's like the miniature version.
10 plus 4 is
It
14.
looks like a what's that shit? Like park taking.
Huh?
Trip taking. Yeah.
Second to my part.
Oh, it's Brett. Nice.
Can they hear us? Oh.
Call him out in a bit. So the fun thing with adventure, you're like really good at everything. So you get to choose 13 different skills to be proficient in. So for the most part, just assume anytime we do a skill roll, you just got a 4.
Huh. Okay.
Just for now, we'll just keep that simple. So yeah, that's your whole character sheet. I'll explain it real quick.
My name's
There's-
John.
John? I'm John too. How you spell it?
True name's the character's name John.
Oh, character's name John. Okay. So we're gonna put
One of them.
that's too fun. My name's John, so all right. If something bad happens to you, you're gonna have to roll a prevention.
No. My middle name's John. Okay.
Okay, is it H in there or no H?
There's
Mine's got no H, it's Jon. So attack rolls when you attack something with spells, abilities, anything. And if you do something bad, if someone like trip them or want to grapple them and stuff like that and take them to the ground, you get to add that +2. And so your stamina points, you get 2 back every turn, and you use them to do your physical stuff. For spell stuff, you use mana points, you get 1 back per minute, so every 6 rounds, you'll get 1 back. And then lastly, you have 3 morale points you can use to cast heals and do really long spells that take a full turn to finish. And that's how you play the game. You already ready to play?
Get what it's saying, can't have a saying. Yeah, you can go inside.
So that sucks. I was wondering why she thought moving. She usually likes. Maybe she likes it. She does it.
Did this like
Either boss.
No. All right, so
I get that and I get shenanigans.
shenanigans. Shenanigans. Sha-na-na-na. That's it. So,
Yeah, I'm so much fun.
how do I search for a camera like that? How do I search for a camera wirelessly? Oh,
Like to start streaming.
oh, with your phone?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying like to
Oh, okay. Well, I'm ready to get it connected.
there it has
Cord. Okay, so we can't use it.
two
Okay.
like I think you have one HDMI. Those are 2 USB.
Yeah, I've got one HDMI, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it won't work for right now then.
Probably not for right now.
Okay.
But I could when we start back just play record and whatever
Yeah.
he has it saved in, you can just send it to
Yeah, for YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't have your abilities ready, unfortunately. When it's your turn, I'll let you know what some abilities you can use are. We'll pull them up on here. And you can just come around and just tell me what you want to do, because you could do almost anything as an adventurer. Does that sound good? Oh yeah, throwing rocks is fun. Yep. Okay. So, um, yeah, and so, yes, you may. You can definitely perform. Okay.
Oh, there's markers right here.
Yeah.
It probably fall over.
Hey Bruce, is your printer, is it Wi-Fi?
Oh, right.
Awesome. Let me try to connect to it.
Oh, sorry, I gave you a pen.
I thought it was a thin one to lose it.
Wait, this is importantly, this is all. Green, down, that's all. You see the little card again in my hand.
Hopefully it connects.
My stats. I'm bare bones right now.
Yes. So for Wizard, do you want me to just write them in super quick, or?
Yeah, if it's faster for you, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, actually, it might be easier for you to do it, just so I can read it off while we're going. And I don't have your abilities prepared either, unfortunately. I ran out of time this morning. I slept way too late. So, but we'll get the important ones on there. Wizard. Oh, that's the other thing. So you have three. How much endurance do you have? Is it 4? Or
You have 4 right there.
for your, yeah,
Oh, the updated.
that's endure. My bad. Yeah, that's one thing I hate. Yeah. Okay, so put 4 little bubbles below your class thing. Those are special charges you have that can give you back right below your class. Just put little
4 dots.
Yeah, 4 dots. You can spend those and you get them back every minute. They give you 2 endurance back. When you expend them, they don't take an action. So it just gives you like a adrenaline surge, and then you get to heal for 10 hit points. So it's really good. And then for you, you'll get the same thing, but for you, it's going to be for. Let me double check my stats here for Wizard. Yeah, you get +1 intelligence. And so your intelligence determines how many points you get for that. So 4 here, and then 3 here, 3 here. So you have 3 mana.
Do we ever figure out what my mana and my morale was? The spin that you kind of thing.
Probably like 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so mana for you would be none. Or, sorry, you actually have 4 mana over there, or wherever you want to write it. Yeah.
Like right it.
Gotcha. And then you've got 3 morale, because it's equal to your resolve. Yes. Perfect. All right. And so that's important for warriors, because if you take mental damage and you want to take a mana point instead of taking mental damage, you can choose to do that. It's kind of the idea you're defending yourself with your mind. All right. You automatically resist and stuff if you do that. So these are going to be 2, 2, and then your resilience is also going to be a +1. So that's actually you have 4 mana. Yeah, that's a 4 right there instead of a 3. Yeah, and then your technique is a -1 up here, so you have 0 technique, so you know no physical abilities whatsoever. And then you just a 1 and a 1. So you've got 2 endurance points, 1 plus the 1. And then you have 2 morale. And then 2 attunement. And so you're going to have a +3 on your attacks because of your acuity. Or sorry, not on your attacks. That's my bad. That's your spells. So just put a 1 there. Not that you're ever going to do it. And then a 3 right there. And then a 2 right there. And then you'll have 10 hit points. Class 6 +4. You're going to have very low defense. We're just going to put let's see, your body, you have bracers on, which is a +2. Body is 1, so 3. 3 defense. Don't spend it all in one place compared to your what, like 15?
15.
Yeah. Avoidance is going to be a 1. Resist is going to be a 4, very resistant. And then endurance is going to be a 2. So, and then same thing over here. It's going to be a 1, and that matters, a 3, and incantation is going to be a 2. Okay. And I forget what tools you have. I think it's a scroll kit or something, a sage kit. Scribe kit, so you can like make spells and stuff on your downtime. And no shield. Well, shield you have bracers that you wear, and armor's just gonna be cloth. Oh yeah, you get 2 armor from cloth, so you're technically at 5 defense now. And your weapon is a staff. So right here. And then it's a bracer for shield.
Oh, I thought I swapped something in here.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. And so armor's cloth or robe, whatever you want to call it. Robe sounds better, yeah. Okay. And so for your special charges, you can double the damage on your spells if you pop a charge, and you cast with this with the point instead of having to spend mana for wizard, I believe. Yep. And for you, just the main spell to know is Magic Missile, and I'll go over the other spells real fast. So let me pull up.
I don't know why we're
I
right.
don't know.
No, I know what's going on.
Okay. So we'll go over your attack spells first. If you want to flip over your page, probably. Okay. So let's see. You have 9 abilities, you know. And so let's figure out what 9 you want real quick. Okay, so let's go for the attack spells first. All right, Arcane Barrage and Arcane Bolt are 2 of them. So Arcane Bolt is the cheapest thing you can do. It only costs 1 stamina. It doesn't cost mana. I'm gonna go ahead and start streaming again since we're doing this. Okay, guys, we're back. Hopefully you can hear me just fine. I resumed everything. Since I forgot to print out the handy sheet of abilities, we're just going through the rules document to pick out abilities real fast, which is kind of fun. We're showing it live about how you can make a character. So for our wizard, he's got Arcane Bolts and then Arcane Barrage. Okay. And so Arcane Bolt is your mind +3, and you get to choose either force or mental damage when you do it, and it's got a whopping range of 20 feet, or 20 range, which is 100 feet. And so Arcane Barrage is really simple. It costs 1 mana, and you can cast Arcane Bolt up to your mind number of times. So for you, it's 3. So you shoot 3 bolts that do 6 damage each. So pretty good. And that's actually going to change eventually. It should be intelligence. So we can go ahead and actually make that 7 for you instead of 3 damage. Or instead of 6 damage, yeah. 3 bolts with 7 damage, yeah. Okay. That's going to be scaling with intelligence, so it ups with your damage stat. But yeah, so that's your most bread and butter ranged spell attack. And Arcane Bolt by itself has a +10 to hit, and Arcane Barrage only has a +5 to hit. So it's a little less accurate when you're flinging off a bunch of bolts. Okay. And you can only cast 1 spell per turn, so you do have to make a good choice. Okay, this one's a little complicated. You probably won't use it because it's a melee version. It's like a mana blade, so we'll skip that one. Daggerfall, though, is pretty cool. You summon a bunch of daggers, and so it does 6 force damage to creatures in a 3-foot radius around a location within 12 range. So that's a lot of words there. What that means is you get to do your mind damage, so 6 plus 3, so 9 damage. You need to delete that later. So it's 9 damage up to 12 range away. And it hits an area that's a 3 square circle, so a 3 radius circle. And it does it for 9 damage. That's pretty dang powerful. Okay. And so those are your 4 or 3 attack spells. And let's let you choose some really thematically cool. Let me full screen it. So these are all your utility spells for the most part. So your mind skill spells. So do you want to be a wizard that buffs people, that weakens enemies, controls time, makes illusions? What kind of wizard do you want to be?
Well, if it's chaos, you can have some kind of evil stuff going on here, or chaotic.
Okay. So how about maintain focus is good. So you get to give yourself a bonus to a concentration roll when you get interrupted. So if someone slaps you in the face and they try to interrupt one of your concentration spells, you can use a reaction to try to prevent that.
Right.
So you get to add 3 to your concentration roll, and you spend 1 mana to do it. Yeah. So silence is good against other spellcasters, which you might be fighting today, just saying.
Yeah, that is always a good one.
So what silence does is it's a 6-foot radius area of silence in 12 range away. So 12 square range away, 6-foot radius. And it just makes them silent. If they fail their saving throw against it, their prevention roll, their resistance, they become silenced for until you stop concentrating. So it can last as long as you want it to, as long as you're only concentrating on it. There's invisibility. That might be handy for shenanigans. Okay, that could be one of your 9 spells. And so someone gets to stay invisible for 10 minutes, and it costs 1 mana to cast it. If you want to really buff up an ally, there's the Enchanted Boon spell, which you can empower a creature while you concentrate, which means they do double damage. Or you can.
So, so is it like a putting a totem up, or is it just boon? It's a buff.
It's a buff that you're maintaining.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's like speeding someone up with time is one option, or in this case, you're doubling their power, or you're making them act immediately for 1 round. So you can spend 2 mana and make your fighter, get another turn if you really wanted to.
They get 2 attacks, right?
Yep, and get 2 more attacks in that case. So 4 attacks a turn. Be pretty brutal. So that's a fun one. Oh, you might like this one, Phantasm. I don't have the stats on it yet, but you get to summon a phantasmal creature to attack somebody. There's Force Construct. You can make a wall out of straight force or dome somebody in a dome of force to capture them, or protect your party with a dome of force.
If I dome somebody, am I able to throw spells in there, or is it just more of a block for me?
It blocks them and kind of traps them in.
Okay, so
So,
can I pop a spell in there and then leave?
Oh, yeah.
Are the arcane bolts bouncing in that thing?
well, the arcane bolts will finish once they hit the creature or don't. Now, I don't have it in here, but let's say you had a poison gas spell or something, you could trap someone in a poison. That'd be pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Dutch oven, as they say.
I mean, I think I could probably do something to buff you. I think basically keep them off me and buff you.
Okay.
That would, because her having 4 turns would be really good. Well,
Yeah.
4
Or attacks, yeah. So that would be Arcane Boon, or Enchanted Boon. Let's see here. Another very, very powerful one, because it doesn't require concentration, is Hex. So you can spend 2 mana, and you can make an enemy vulnerable, blinded, or weakened. So half damage, can't see, or has disadvantage on all saving throws against you, all of those prevention rolls for anybody trying to do that. And it costs 2 mana, but it's 12-foot range. So Hex is a really good one. That sounds pretty chaotic-y. You could force someone to be unconscious with Enthrall. You could dispel enemy magics with dispel. You could force a creature to immediately do an action of your choice with direct. That one's pretty fun. I think you might want that one. Yeah. Yeah, if any of these sound good, write them down because yeah, write them down in the back if there's any that you like. There's counterspell.
Time dilation, right?
Yeah, time dilation's fun. It's one of my favorite. You can do all of them. Yeah. And if you had mind, you'd be able to do any of these as well. I'm eventually going to get them organized into tiers of power. I think it's going to be like the mana cost determines how strong a spell is. And it might require like 4 intelligence to use 2 mana spells, 6 to use 3, something like that. Um, yeah. We're doing some impulse shopping. It's fine.
Can I push them off cliffs?
Oh yeah, you can absolutely push people off
They have
cliffs.
Jedi power?
Oh yeah, straight up Jedi powers. Are we almost at 9?
I think so. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I have magic missile. Is that a default spell or is that just
Yeah, you know magic missiles, so you don't have to worry about that one. Yeah.
I think we have modern characters, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have modern characters as a class expansion thing.
Okay.
So you could play like a therapist or play a personal fitness instructor, motivational speaker, a preacher, fun random stuff, race car driver, professional wrestler. What would you want?
A gun.
A gun, yes. Well, there are guns. If you want guns, you can wield a gun. Do you want a gun? Huh?
a claw?
A Glock?
Yeah.
Do you want a pistol or a rifle?
That's a pistol, yeah. Glock's a pistol.
All right, so you can put a pistol on your character sheet. We're doing it.
What so am I better in Artina or does it really doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter for this playthrough, because you know all of the intelligence stuff for the most part.
Facial translation would be just as good.
It's pretty good.
Could you just port them over a hole?
Yeah.
Not really.
I need to word it in there that you have to port them onto a surface.
Okay.
Because that would just be too easy. Or port somebody into lava. You can port them near the lava and then push them in, or have your warrior Sparta kick them. That's a combo. That would be great. All right, so we got your stuff figured out.
I think it help. I'm gonna do the port because it could help ally.
Yeah, reposition. Yep. 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 So our warrior player is already learning that spells are a little complicated compared to tactical maneuvers. So. Yeah. But you can still do a lot of cool stuff like take people to the ground and break their arm or choke them out. So you still got plenty of options. They're just less magical. All right. So for our adventurer guy, he's chosen sleep lollipop. It's lollipop. Okay, sure. That'll work. We'll work with it. Yeah, so you got the heal ability. Yeah, you do know heal harm. So you can get with him and figure that out. Yours is a +2 instead of a +3. Yeah, adventure is the best. They're all rounder, so we'll go ahead and get started though, because we need to start playing because it's 8:43, and stream's been going for about an hour and 40, so definitely want to get some gameplay in. Okay. Yeah, the Dungeons and Dragons movie was really good. Just as a movie, it was good, but also it just really had a lot of good acting in it. I really enjoyed it, and the plot was great. Um, but yeah, just the last thing for you, kiddo. Let's go ahead and put snipe on there. It's a ranged attack maneuver, and so snipe just add +10 to hit. So yeah, you're like Rambo. So go ahead and write on the back of your character sheet snipe. And then add a +10 so you know how much to add to your roll. And then it's going to do your bodies, so 2 + 9, so 11 damage. So on snipe, if you put 11 damage. Hey guys, hey, you're here. Oh, my 2 players who I was hoping would be here. My cult is growing. All right, so you wanted to play warrior? All right. So are we out of laminated?
There's a couple more.
Okay, perfect. I'll go ahead and write your stats down so we can just get going, because
Yeah.
we're supposed to roll stuff from?
No, we're doing pre-made character, standard characters for this one. Next weekend, though, we're gonna make custom characters with everybody, just to show how the system works. So between cleric, adventurer, warrior, or wizard, what do you want to pick? So already have one of each, and he wants warrior, so no warrior. Warrior, so cleric, wizard, or adventurer.
He's clear.
Well, we do have rogue. I just don't have it really prepared yet. I mean, do you want to do rogue? You do.
Want to do warrior?
Oh, you want? Okay, so you do want to do warrior. Okay. I do have rogue. Okay, so we're doing it live. We're gonna add rogue to be one of our play tested classes today. I'm so proud of rogue, but you will have to learn it a little bit. I think I already told you last week about it. So you remember, like, you use those cunning charges to do things.
Yeah.
Okay, so hand me your sheet and I'll write your sheet in real quick.
Wow.
It's so
Huh? It's not a lollipop.
cute.
So we're gonna do some secret squirrel stuff. We're gonna go look at the actual full 30. Thank you. 30 class character document, so you guys are getting a good preview of what's to come. And I had to be careful because this is the actual paid for stuff that people will be getting. Yeah, everyone's gonna screen cap it. So, all right, Rogue is gonna be one of their classes we released for free though, just because I'm so proud of it. So, no, you get it all for free because you're my friend. And because you're one of the first 100 people. Again, the first 100 people that get on Discord get all digital content free forever. And we are going to be producing stuff monthly with this system because it's very streamlined and easy to do. Yes. So you already have the stuff to read. So if you want to read the warrior stuff while I'm writing it in, you should be able to see it.
Out of the B6 one?
Yeah, you only need a D6, and hopefully we have plenty of D6s. You did? Okay, good.
You're
About a new set of dice, and then I forgot about them.
Oh, no.
always. It's funny because I have a bunch of D6s and I a lot too.
You would
Yeah.
use so many vitamins. Never use.
That's so funny.
It's like he's gonna bring his
When
dice
you're
out.
third level 8 wizard, if you just do fireball.
Fireball every day.
Dice tower.
Yeah, Fireball is in here, but it is a incantation to make sure it's not. Yeah, counterspell. I already heard it. To make sure it's not too overpowered, it is an incantation, so it has the drawbacks of taking a full turn to chant your Fireball. All right, and your class is Rogue. I am glad someone's playing Rogue though, because you get to really show off the craziness that is Rogue. So, yes.
I may or may not be looking into it
You may or may not be here. Okay.
because I have work.
You got what?
Work.
Work. Okay. You can quit your job. Hey, I literally quit my job to do this full time, so all balls to the wall. I'm also taking out a loan on my house, so I'm very confident in my system and game, or else I would not be doing that.
You play color that magic in on you, that would be awful one before we get on.
It's not split. Oh, I don't know. We have different things about games. Yeah, that's like in fact you always wanted to live stream something.
Oh, it's not that.
No.
Yes. I tried one thing. My tried streaming. Yeah, I streamed myself.
Your armor is. Sorry, I'm writing in the thief's stat block real quick. This is a good thing to show you. So we have 2 people that just joined in late because they're degenerates who don't know when to show up on time. Just kidding. Okay, his mom made food. That's fair. So it's 8 plus 4 is 12. So the fun part is, even though I'm not looking at hardly anything, I'm able to write down everything that they have very quickly. So you have a grappling hook.
No.
Lockpick. Manacles. Lockpick.
On the rubber pads and freaking bad.
Pocket sand. You have pocket sand, by the way, to blind people.
It's actually like somebody happened.
Ah, even better. It's Grandma's ashes. Ah, that's great. All right, so your defense is leather armor, which is 4 plus your body of 2 plus your rapier bonus of 4. So what is that? 4,
Plus two.
2,
Somehow I
and
grabbed
then 4. So 10 defense. That's not bad. Your avoidance is 4, resistance, endurance is 2. Okay. Yeah, your character's totally ready now. Now, you don't have all the attacks on there. When you get to your turn, ask me and I'll kind of fill you in on that. And so for you, you're doing warrior, so it's the same as hers. 3, 2, 1. And
So you had to scream like.
was your resolve 4?
Huh?
Is your resolve 4 or 3? I think it's 3. Yeah. 3. One willpower.
Right, more you do without sugar. I do want to play here. Drink a little.
2, 0, 2, 0, and red.
What a condiment keeps Breaking Bad. Oh. I did one. Spot. The old spot. Yeah.
Four.
No, we went to our
Uh-huh.
final class.
Medieval times. Nice, nice.
And he was like, fun. I remember. And I was like, were you drunk last night? 6-year-old.
Right.
Like, it went back.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where
Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
like,
they probably don't even.
Yeah.
like, making me like emotional. I'm like,
Aw.
And a lot of horse shows just like sometimes every other year, some of the what are they called? Zippendale horses. They're like they're like a little dancing type of race, and they do the whole arena and dance around and stuff. And it's funny, but imagine the training they had.
Yeah, we're unfortunately with our camera, we don't have the hookup to show you guys live the game. I'm gonna turn my camera on my laptop, which will be a horrible way to do it, but we'll just do it as best we can once we actually get into the game. But we're gonna record it with a camera and we'll post it up on YouTube and on here later if I can. So sorry about that. We'll definitely next week be more prepared for that.
enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So I'm almost done making the character sheets.
Oh yeah.
Four.
I didn't realize how bad the horse was at it.
But I think I make him realize a lot of those things. Like, I won't go to circuits or anything.
Yeah.
Good, yeah.
Like sometimes it's like
Killer. He wants to be out in the wild. Like, living in the
can't be in a stuff.
Yeah, unless it's like an animal that has like a disability where it can't be released.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
rehab
true.
or yeah. All right, so I just finished 2 character sheets for 2 players who hot joined in around 5 minutes. So that's one of the cool things of the system and why I love it.
Now you did it in 5 minutes, you don't understand it.
Yes, now that's the fun part. So you guys, I'm not going to explain the rules to you. I want you to just watch and learn through playing, just to see if it's intuitive enough that you guys get it as people who've played tabletop RPGs.
Okay.
So the one thing I will say, I'll let you know what rolls to make
Okay.
and what to add to them and what your damage is, stuff like that.
I don't think I need one.
Hey, we have 7 whole viewers. This is awesome.
The monkey talked to
Yep.
where people probably get demonetized because of this one.
Yeah. Don't get me demonetized. Not that I'm monetized anyways. Don't get me even more unmonetized.
You have to pay Twitch for your crime.
Yeah. So hopefully you'll be able to hear everybody. If you guys don't mind, if you're comfortable sharing your name, we're just going to go around table. So to my left, we have Vigo V. Okay, we have Ethan, also middle name John, which my first name's John Horry. indie developer for Pathway to Adventure. For anybody jumping in, here, let me go ahead and show myself since we're not going to be viewing rules anymore.
Well, I feel better because I went.
I think you working with that.
Both good at the working, Steve.
And
Hey, what? Just because I'm 101. Okay.
see, video capture device, camera.
Well, you're just spending oil and you just standing only for Dark Souls.
Oh, cool! Look at me. I'm actually being a streamer. Wow, I did things live. I'm not playing Fortnite, so I didn't wear my fancy vest today. Yes, I'm not gonna tell you how I popped a button in the car. That's why it's open. Yes. So my beautifully ugly face for the world to see for once. All right, so we're gonna flip this around just real quick if I can do it without breaking anything. So we have Vigo.
Tom Hardy.
What was your name again? I'm blanking. Ethan. Okay.
Oh.
No, Mr. Demonetizer. Okay.
Shannon.
Brian.
And Brian. So I can do math. That's 6 players. That's a great table. So, I need a way to prop this up so they can see the screen for when we actually get to playing. Let me go ahead and change my monitor setup so that we can have a map on our TV. I'm glad that didn't pick up your belts, Mr. Demonetizer. All right, what am I doing? I'm doing.
Okay.
Other one.
Stop calling my big stuff.
You know, you love your medical stuff.
Okay. So I'm going to put up a map over there. I've already got a campaign designed, and yeah, nice to see you. All right. First time showing my face on stream. Big no-no, I understand. All right, let me minimize this. Oh, I got someone send me a direct message. What was it? Oh, it's a friend invite.
Sweet dog.
Okay, so I need to pull up a map I put on here earlier. Oh, there we are.
Not applicable.
Okay.
Oh, hey.
Perfect. Okay. So glad that worked how I wanted it to. Okay. So we need something to prop my laptop off with.
They
Try
won't
the
be
bag.
say turn.
Oh, that's right.
This is where show where the screen will show.
But then they won't see all the minis and everything on it. No, well, I'll come talking to the mic as I DM. Yeah. So, can you hand me my bag? Probably. My poor laptop is burning up right now.
Yeah, that's the thing with streaming is takes way too much.
Okay.
I gotta see.
Oh crap! I accidentally disconnected or something. Who's watching Prime videos? No one's watching Prime videos. Oh my goodness.
Brian. Man.
Drink Prime. Drink Prime.
No, it's not the boys. You're in between one.
Okay, we got it working again. All right. So.
Yeah, maybe. Triangle for you.
Thank you.
Right about there.
All right. That's actually not too bad. So, if you guys want to go grab some minis, we got minis over there.
Look at minis. Sure.
A miniature figure.
That'd be a robe. That'll work.
Oh yeah.
We got the camera going, we're recording character. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, perfect. Tree guys. We are gonna have a tree race at some point. I unfortunately didn't have it ready. Well, I didn't have enough space for another one, unfortunately. I mean, it's okay, perfect. Who's Vecna? Vecna is a character in Forgotten Realms for D&D. A very storied character. He is a god of liches by this point in the story. And do you know what a lich is? An undead guy that's immortal, who's super powerful with magic. Yeah, he has a whole story about how he lost his arm, or his hand, and his eye while fighting a lieutenant who turned against him. His most trusted lieutenant turned against him. And the eye and arm of Vecna are some of the most powerful magical artifacts in all of edition lore. D&D lore. I'm gonna grab me a drink really fast while people are getting their minis.
So, that ass.
Welcome to my executive questions.
I'm getting demonetized.
Steve,
That's one of the things in the game for
I was like, you know what? Why not?
It's so funny. I love it. It's like definitely rainbowish.
Yes.
Makes it hopefully you start ready to go. It's like when you get arrested. Cool, I'm probably gonna get arrested someday.
This is me.
That's perfect. That is so perfect.
I'm like, no, I'm gonna be a boy.
That doesn't count. Come on. That's true. Freedom and freedom of speech. Yeah.
Okay, can you guys hear me just fine on there? If I talk to the side like this, I can probably DM from this angle. Just need a confirmation you guys can actually hear me well.
Give us money.
Yes. It sounds like
donate.
Four.
Okay.
Okay, and I've got this handy. This will help me look up your abilities. And so if you guys are actually, this is a good way to look up your skills and abilities. With my tablet. Oops.
Don't say anything, man. Okay, I think it's your license. Yeah.
Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me over here. If you can post anything in chat just so I know that you guys can hear me.
That's real already.
I can move on, so.
Perfect. All right, so if you ever need a reminder about what your class does, just let me know. I'll pull it up on here and pass it around. Huh?
Thanks.
I love my tablet. Yes.
I tried to go long.
Your character go bone. Here.
Still haven't made it.
The only thing you need to know about Warrior is you get 4 charges called Surge Charges. And those let you get 2 endurance back, and they heal you for 10 hit points. They're really powerful. And so...
Usually in one day, all of it.
No, yeah, you get them back once per minute currently. I might change that to every 10 minutes or something, because they're really powerful for warriors. But yeah, you get a lot of hit points back as a warrior. You're tanky. So and it doesn't take an action to use. You just use it on your turn. It's the only thing. So that makes sense. Okay, and stamina is used to do all your attacks and abilities. You do not have an attack action. You execute a maneuver action. You can attack twice with 2 attack maneuvers per turn, but you can't use the same one twice in a row. Just roll a d6 for your dice to attack. And
3.
I got it. That's average. That's a bare bones average. That's perfect.
Do
So
I have any pluses for that?
yes, most of your skills are +5. Some are +0, and some are +10. You don't have your attacks with you right now, so I want you to read through on here and read what attacks you have available. And so we're gonna pass this down. Yeah, you can look it up. It's the one that's the warrior, cleric, and thief. And so for my Mr. Thief,
Which one is it? Pathway to Adventure's Wall or Pathway to Adventure's Light or
that one, the second one. Okay, I'll give you the thief stuff so you have it available. You've already seen it, so it's not gonna be too crazy.
so Warriors? What?
Can I just say my previous knowledge?
Sure.
So I renamed Snipe to 360 no scope Snipe.
360 no scope. I love it.
So when you have the 360 no scope where you gotta throw your knife. Yeah.
Thief is real fun. Or rogue's real fun.
Imitation. Basic peanut butter. Yeah. I'm hoping I have this one right. Is this the one I can
Yeah, that's correct.
click at?
And again, we're only level 1 right now. We could try level 2 next week, honestly. I think it's not super complicated to go from 1 to 2. You get 2 attribute points. So to those 9 scores, you can add 2. And you can put 2 in 1 or 1 in 1. So 1 and 2.
Level my attack.
That's just
Call me cuckoo.
That's actually you're making very much bigger. For you?
Touch sheet.
It's starting to catch up on the stream.
my cake.
Yeah, if anybody wants to show off your mini, this is a great time. I like yours. So for our angelic warrior, we have this beautiful stand-in. There is an execute ability that uses a two-hander, so I might show you that one later.
This is the gayest cleric alive with a broken, I think it's a trident. But I saw the rainbow and I was like, okay, that's me.
Okay, well, I'll do my best to speak into the mic. So just for fun, since we've quote unquote made our characters, Vigo, what was your character's background? Like, what did they do before they were an adventurer?
Go off the toe.
Sure.
Okay. My character is well, I don't know if in this world he can be a warforged, but warforged cleric.
Hey, Bruce, do you have that mic?
Oh,
it's on your camera? Oh.
You can pick it up on the camera probably.
Okay, so the camera will pick all this up for later.
Use it for later.
Okay, yeah. So, you guys, if you can't hear very well later on, you'll be able to watch it on YouTube, and we'll have the recording from the other vantage point.
Okay.
They said it's okay. You can hear pretty well? Okay, cool. That's good. So. Yeah. All right, we got this little tree folk guy. We're just doing him for now. And he's an adventurer. And so what'd your adventurer do before before John became an adventurer? All right, them radioactive spiders, man. I don't know where we got radioactive material in a fantasy setting, but here we go. All right. What race? You didn't get to choose your race yet. So there's 30 races to choose from. How about you be a lizard guy, since you played a lizard warrior guy already?
What's something different this time?
Okay. We'll go look on here. I'll pull it up, and you can pick which race you want.
What one would it be?
It's the Pathway Rules one.
Come on, what that's.
What do you want for your rogue? You want to be a fox rogue, a kitsune?
I mean, you'll be fitting for a small little guy.
Yeah.
I think small movie like a gnome maybe or something.
Perfect. We do have gnomes. I'll read the shorties for you real quick. Let me get to that page.
Oh, I'm doing the dwarf. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, you're doing
I'm a dwarf cleric.
Yes.
Okay, but he makes small people.
Three.
All right. So you have a few options for small races. You've got halflings, gnomes, gremlins, and if you want to be tiny, you could be a pixie. You also have goblins, are also a small race of the grotesque variety. So, does any of those sound better?
Yeah, maybe that pixie.
All right, let me pull up Pixie and tell you what's different about Pixie. So, Pixie, you are tiny. You cast Fairy Fire, which is just like from D&D. I didn't get to put it in here, but basically gives advantage to people attacking creatures that are hit by it, and they cannot go invisible. Okay, so just like normal, and you can cast it at will for no cost.
Okay.
And then otherwise you're a Fae and you're tiny, so those are your benefits. So I did forget to put on there that you do have a small flight speed of 1 flight speed, so you can move 1 square flight.
Okay.
So not exactly crazy, but all that makes sense.
Yep.
All right. And then certainly second to last but not least.
Shannon, and I'm going to be a celestial warrior. I'm very strong. My morale strong, and yeah.
You're a team cheerleader as well. That
Yeah.
works. All right. Then we got our Mr. Chaos over here.
Races. Thank you.
Yeah, backstories. I don't know. I'll just
Like,
chaos wizard. And yeah, basically just gonna be
Messed around with Ron, got sent to the Chaos Realm, came back changed.
shenanigans.
random.
Shenanigans. He went into a bar called Shenanigans and walked out all messed up. So what do you look like today?
Today, like a pissed off little nigger.
Today he's a pissed off woman with swords, just because that's what we had today. Okay.
Okay. I think
So, sorry, we got a little background noise going on. They're playing games here too, card games and stuff here at the store. So,
chaos.
we already got a chaos. Try something else.
No.
Friends with them.
Huh?
Beams.
Fiends? Nope.
I'll take it.
All right, you're a fiend. So, you know the heal harm spell, and for you it does fire damage. And you are a fiend. So that means from 10 feet away, you can light someone on fire using one of your morale points, where you could heal an ally from 10 feet away. And it does take 1 round for that to happen. So you start chanting, and then the next round you fire.
Okay.
That's how chants work. Okay.
My backstory.
Yeah, what's your backstory, Mr. Fiend?
Very realistic.
Okay. So a very militaristic fiend. You were from the Hells. You know, you were recruited in the army, and then you got kicked out somehow. You messed up, or you got stranded here.
I killed too many allies.
Killed too many allies. Hey, that happens in the Blood War. All right.
Two ambassadors.
Yeah, they didn't listen to your orders. You cut them down. And so
Weaklings.
we don't need weaklings. Hey, fun fact, if you play that warrior long enough at level 3, you get a fanboy club of trainees that follow you. And the funny thing is you get them back every day if they die, because there's always, you know, willing replacements ready to fill their shoes. So that actually works really good as a backstory. That's perfect. Yeah, it's a warrior perk. Yeah, warriors. The thing for the theme of the warrior class is you become more and more popular as your feats of prowess improve. And once you get to triple attack at level 3, everyone is enamored that you can pull that off consistently. And they're just like, this guy is a god among men when it comes to fighting with a blade. Teach me, sensei. Teach me your ways.
I have a question.
Yeah. Huh? I actually have not put headbutt in there, but yeah, we can customize that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there you go. Piercing weapon.
So it's
Okay. So we're ready to get ready? We're ready to get ready. Ready to get going. All right, so I'm going to set the scene. We are in the quiet town of Quaintville. And in Quaintville, they've been having a peculiar problem recently. It's more of a minor annoyance, barely an inconvenience. What's been happening is some undead, zombies, and most annoyingly, ghosts have been attacking random villagers. Thankfully, they've been fended off by the town guard. They aren't particularly deadly zombies. They appear to be zombies that are fairly manageable so far, but they're starting to become more and more frequent. So it's kind of becoming a big hassle, and they just want someone to deal with the problem. And so you guys have been hired as a group of adventurers who met each other through various means and ways. Even though you're level 1 characters, you're expected to have already been an adventurer for at least a year and have a lot of experiences under your belts. The default character setting for Pathways to Adventure assumes you're a competent adventurer at level 1. You already have a lot of skills, you already know a lot of things, and you're still easy to play, thankfully, hopefully. But you're already a heroic character. For anybody who doesn't like that starting point, you can always lower the base hit point totals that classes have. The +4 that you get at level 1, you can lower that to make it more of a deadly, gritty game. You can lower the damage values on certain skills. You can make it harder if you want to start as like a guy on a boat with a knife, trying to fend off enemies. However you want to do it. But for now, we have the heroic start. That's what we call it, the heroic journey. So, ideally, if we play this campaign long enough, our journey should go across all 10 levels over 20 sessions is our goal. If you can't stay that long, that's fine. That's just kind of what we plan it out, just so we have long enough time to, tell a good story, but still progress and not feel like you're always stuck at a low level. So, does that all make sense, everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So, with that said, feel free to mill about the town, investigate things, talk to people, do what you want to do. I'm here to facilitate, but you guys take the reins.
I heard some yeah, Twinkies. It's my goal. I'm here for Twinkies. So
Okay for Twinkies.
we're hired to investigate some of these, or we're hired to get rid of them.
Investigate, eradicate, get information about where they're coming from.
We report to you.
Madam Eva.
Okay.
She is the burgermeister of the town and of Quaintville.
Did we kill a bit of myself?
Probably in Curse of Strahd. Probably in another campaign setting. So, I am Madam Eva. You may ask me any questions that you have.
Do you have a brother that somebody killed?
No, not in this world. No, brother.
Not yet.
No.
My face.
No. And I'm sorry, what is a Twinkie? We don't have those. We have a few Twinks, but I don't think that's what you're interested in. No judgment.
No, you. Where are you hiding?
Question.
Yes.
How do you know what a gun is?
Well, for you, it's a pistol. It's a hand pistol. It's not like a pistol that we think of. Think of like, you ever seen a witch hunter who's got a Glock? Not a Glock, a flintlock? It's one of those. Yeah. Yep, yeah. Well, you don't have Kamehameha, but we'll figure something out for you. All right. Yep, can't steal Goku's special attack quite yet. That comes later. Now, there is a teleport skill. If we want that, we can put that on there. All right, so with that said, have fun.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna talk to the nearest person.
Okay,
The nearest total.
all right.
Alright.
He doesn't give you the time of day. What do you try to do? Do you try to persuade him, or? Okay. And you accidentally knock the door down, trying to just knock. He's like, "Tell me to wait to put that door up last time. Who are you?"
It took me 5 minutes to knock it down.
Oh, so even it took him 3 knocks.
Never wondered where it's taking 5 more seconds.
Zombies going?
Cool, I don't know. Buggers just keep going around, knocked my door down, scared, ate my dog.
Speaking of buggers, you got one?
I swear I saw my dog as a zombie the next day. I could have swore.
Also, I feel
Swear in my mom's grave. Hopefully she stays in it.
kind of dug me.
Money?
No. I don't need money for lunch. I make my own food. I'm an adult. Okay.
Depends.
Okay.
So how many men child go?
All right. What do you guys do? Anything?
I'll sit there and sleep.
Sorry, who's this? What's her name?
Madam Eva.
Person. And Do we ask
Since you're like where it started.
which direction do they come from?
Absolutely.
Did we start?
So the zombies tend to have come from the north predominantly. We do have a graveyard in that direction, so that does make sense, of course. But there's also a tomb further to the west. So it's hard to say because of the landscape. Most roads lead in from the north, and one from the east and one from the southwest. You see, darlings.
So we're on similar direction.
I think the whole time move, and then they'll be good. It's not the border. Have y'all looked?
Needs to become.
Have y'all checked out the graveyard?
No, none of us are brave or stupid enough to have checked and ventured out. This isn't a zombie film, you see.
Look at the graveyard and there's empty holes. That might be a good indication.
What are the symptoms of these zombies?
Well, the traditional zombies, they appear mostly naked. Thankfully, the parts have roughed off. So it's PG-13. Still boobies, but no nipples. But,
They're very
yes, they shamble around. Some of them are quicker than others. A few were quite adept at fighting our guards. They gave them a run for their money. Thankfully, even though the guards were bitten, they didn't transform or anything, so they're no virulent type.
Kill them. Kill them.
The guards?
Didn't bite yet.
Well, these aren't those kind of zombies, darling.
Are they
Seen
I
naked.
mean, they did have a lot of grave dirt on them, I would assume, so that's actually something to consider.
Any theories of how it started?
Well, we did have a strange visitor, just an odd type, a bit pale. And about a week later, we started having, like, he just disappeared. We thought he moved on, or perhaps wolves got him. I'm not sure, but no, it wouldn't be wolves. Those things are lovely, darlings. It'd probably be more of a bear.
Have you ever been out? Do you know where his last location was?
Well, he did leave out of the northern gate, I heard someone mention. So perhaps he could have gone to the graveyard. But in about that moment, you hear screaming coming from the north.
Won't be the first one.
Well,
That's
Like the first time. Nor the last. Let me go get.
Which way is north?
eeny, meeny, miny, mouse.
Turners? Yeah, I'm just gonna turn.
I
Just turn around and then you see he's fucking.
You have one of those little.
Yeah, you get those maps of you. Full for offering already. Yes, I love it.
I go back to the house. I go to a different house. Is this house?
More music, naked.
Okay.
Probably not.
already seen someone.
Okay, different door. Nice.
Okay, just as a small pause. So I have a thing called the Creature Creator system. It's called the Creature Creator Compendium. Excuse me. It's a separate book for dungeon masters that for game masters that replaces the monster manual with a system to make your own creatures, and then an example of 50 creatures that have been made using the system. You combine features, scalable levels for your creature. You assign aspect points to them and attributes, just like making a character. And so, right now, I did not prepare for 6 players to come today. So I'm going to test out that system right now live and make sure it works. And so we have 6 characters, which appropriately have 6 levels total. So you guys are going to be fighting a level 6 creature. And you hear a Wilhelm scream as someone gets thrown into the tree from very far away. And it looks like a person in armor with a pipe. Very quickly, you understand it's a guard. And he's broken, bloodied, and does not look well. He might still be alive. No one's checked yet.
I joked to him.
Huh? Okay. Well, someone has thrown a guy at your trees. All right. And so, appropriately, this mini is falling apart. So,
My days after being thrown out of the bar after last Friday night. Yeah. Late night.
Oh wow.
that's balance. Yeah. Balance is all things should be. All right. So, you see what appears to be a zombie ogre off in the distance. And so, go ahead and put your characters where they would have been. So, you probably would have been right there. Yeah.
That's.
And again, the guard, you might want to move your guy back a little bit to put him over there.
lady was.
She would have been talking you guys under the tree.
Huh?
She would have been under the tree. It's one of her favorite spots. Okay. It's your spot too. It's fine.
Free for release.
Yeah. Okay. So you're just having a nice conversation. Then you hear boom right at the tree, and a guy falls over, bleeding heavily.
I go to him and I start. He's nice. Build that.
So you spend your first round. You start chanting a chant. Go ahead for funsies. What would your heal chant sound like? You spend 10 seconds. What would it sound like?
Okay. Arise, weakling.
Okay.
He died.
So I'll give you an example. So from the fiery pits of the hells of my birth, I christen thee, not dead yet. Rise, weakling, heal! And then you heal this person on the next turn. So that's your first turn, but now we need to roll initiative. So for initiative, it's very easy. Roll your d6, and then we're going to add your choice of your acuity, your technique, or your, I'll remember it, your attunement. You get to choose which of those you do first. Attunement, acuity, or technique. For you, it would probably be technique. So 4 plus your roll.
I got 7.
7? Okay. I don't have my DM cards out right now, so I won't be keeping track of initiative of trying to know your own place, who's in front of you, who's behind you. So yeah, we need D6s.
Yeah.
Who has D6s? You said you did?
I brought 1.
Oh, you only brought 1. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this can be where digital dice are helpful. So there's a lot of websites you can go to.
I can grab some over there.
Oh, is there some?
Yeah, Bruce is perfect.
Okay, great.
How's it going? And the lots of dice.
Okay, awesome. See, that's one strength of the system. You only need a single D6 to play. So even Grandma, who normally plays other dice games, would be able to play this game. So. And were my grandma still with us, I would ask her dearly to play with us. My mother, however, will be coming next week, because I forced her to, and she's going to be playing her bard, Betty Offwhite. Pretty much everybody.
Well, I have an app.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah.
Man, that dude looks like he was lost last Friday night at a bar.
He did.
I remember that.
He did.
Well,
I remember that night.
No.
Like I said, our acute is our initiative or
Either acuity, attunement, or technique. It's whatever your highest one is. So you started quickly because you were at that technique. You ready?
yeah.
Do you call me teacher? I heard that.
You can raise your hand.
Game master. Yes, sir.
Are we gonna do this?
Oh, like right here.
You might.
We got your highest. Yeah. It's a 6.
I have cheated a little bit with my creature creator system. I did make a ghost, a zombie, and a skeleton stat block in about 5 minutes each.
What, use chat AI?
No, it feels like it. But I will be scaling that zombie up to 6th level. And so he has 12 starting hit points. So I'll go ahead and let you guys cheat a little bit. So he's got 12 starting hit points. So what's 12 times 6?
That's 72.
72. Yep. So he's got 72 hit points for you guys to try to chew through.
Okay.
Or you could break his morale, or you could try to knock him unconscious, but he's got no mind because he's a zombie.
So it wouldn't even work.
Yeah, you could try to exhaust him, but you don't have any exhaust abilities.
Square 5.
Yeah, each square is 5 feet, so 1 movement. Is it scaled up appropriately for the minis, or do I need to zoom it in a little
Can you
bit?
keep track of John?
Uh-huh.
I can keep track of the
Turn order?
yeah. I have my notes.
A note. Okay, cool. That'll work.
So
All right, so who had higher than a 10?
I need to figure out mine. How do I?
Oh, it's either your acute, for you it would be your attunement.
Okay.
So where's
Your
it?
spirit stat and your attunement. Probably a 3.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled 7.
8.
So what's your name?
Vigo.
Janelle?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
Okay. You? What's your roll? Your initiative.
Big roll.
Huh? Yeah, you gotta roll the d6 and
yeah, D6 plus for you it's just a 2.
so you got 6, so you two are tied.
So on ties, you get to choose who's moving at the same time. You guys can attack together. You could do your stuff, however you want to combo it.
Okay.
And if you want, you can drop your initiative down to meet somebody else if you want to combo with them. I need to write that in the document. I forgot to put that in the rules. The rules are like 90% complete, but I keep finding things where I have edge case stuff I need to put in.
What's the word? So what you roll? 5. So
Okay.
Shannon.
How about if you throw a big boulder, it does 12 damage plus your body stat, and it has no bonus to hit. So,
Okay.
so plus 0.
Last one?
That work?
So you two are tied.
The chunkla. Throwing a shoe.
Brian.
Right?
Brian.
Yeah. BRYA.
Right for Brian.
I thought you had your that one.
Acuity.
Okay, so we got.
It's whatever your highest one is. So for you as a wizard, it's going to be +3 for your acuity.
So you got 8.
Yeah.
So 8. So you're tied with him.
So for zombie, he's not going to have too high. Can I borrow a dice?
Here we go.
Yeah, I can't name.
Yeah, zombie rolled bad. All right, zombie going last. Zombie got no technique.
Okay. Zombies last. Like 5. Okay. So, the first 2 people going is these 2, Brian and V, because they tied.
Okay. Thank you for being the Dungeon Master Assistant.
You're welcome.
The DMA, or the GMA, I guess, for Game Master Assistant. Careful with the camera. I'll pay $20 for tonight. Will that...
Yeah.
Heck yeah, that's good.
It's working.
No.
Well, I'll do better. I got you better. I'll do $20 an hour
Oh.
for being my assistant.
Heck yeah.
Okay. Now I'll have to wait until Kickstarter and I get my funding, but
All right.
remind me, okay? All right.
In my notes.
All right. Always pay people a living wage, everybody. Always pay a living wage. All right.
So your starting is.
So let's get started. What do you two decide to do on the beginning round of combat? We've already got him. He's reached over and started chanting to heal the injured guard.
I think I'll do Divine Bolt.
Okay.
With what would be better, Radiant or Necrotic?
Roll a religion check to see if your character would know. That's just your mind plus a d6 for you. Let's see if you know that knowledge.
3 plus
No,
Spirit?
2. It's your religion is knowledge from your mind. It's stuff you learned. So let's see if you know about zombies. So just go ahead and roll a 2 plus a 3.
Plus 2 is 5.
Okay, cool. That's exactly the challenge. You know that necrotic damage heals undead.
So I can heal undead.
Yes, you could heal undead if you wanted with necrotic damage with your divine bolt, but you also know that radiant damage tends to do double damage to them
Okay.
because it's holy damage.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Or healing them hurts them.
2.
I know, right?
Actually, sorry, they don't take double damage from radiant. Zombies don't, but they do take extra damage from healing. Yeah, healing does double the heal and damage to them.
I could do heal.
Yeah.
Or I could do. I want to try Divine Bolt.
Okay. So radiant divine bolt or spirit divine bolt.
Which one's which?
It's the same thing, just different damage types.
Okay. So Spirit would be the best one.
Not necessarily. It's just they're both equal.
Okay.
You know that either of them is going to be equally effective against undead. In this case,
I do.
against a zombie. Yes.
For like a longsword, does that have any pluses?
For a what?
A longsword.
It does have benefits. Let me read those to you real quick. I did forget to share the benefits of your weapons, which is actually really important for your staff. Let me go to weapons on here. Okay. So for your staff, you get to add twice your mind as weapon damage. So instead of adding your mind as weapon damage, you add twice your mind. So you get to add 3 more to that damage from earlier.
Yeah.
All right. So for a longsword,
Hey, John.
yes.
This thing pop.
Yeah, I probably goes out about it or something.
Oh, crud.
That's another thing to think about when you're
Yeah, right, for long recording. Hey, Bruce, do we have any batteries for the camera or cord plug in? I think it was. Okay. I appreciate it. Okay. Our camera. Oh, yes, I suppose.
Thank you.
I'll
Cool. You can still do like clicks for now.
I'll be an honest dungeon master. I'll let V roll for me for my creatures so I'm not cheating. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do Divine Bolt. We have a Morning Star as
Okay.
my focus, and I'm like, by the All Father, I'm gonna heal you. So this is so bad, and that is like,
Okay.
no, right?
So you start channeling, so at the start of your next turn, you'll finish your chant and it will activate. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. And so since you've got a Morning Star, its special feature is you could make an attack with it as you start chanting, but it's too far away.
I'm too far away.
Yeah.
How
Good.
far can I move?
How far can you move? Get your character sheet.
No.
It's on movement. It'll say move or run or walking, bottom right.
No, there's really nothing. This is probably the wrong.
Oh, it's the old one. That's right. Yeah, so it's 6.
6. Okay.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'll be chanting while I'm like swinging my sword
running forward.
to it. Not melee range.
But you're close enough to hit him
Yeah.
from 10 feet. Perfect. Okay. That's a cool turn. A cleric rushing in at the undead, fully armored, ready to take the charge. All right, and so were you as well?
Yeah, right.
Alright.
Or Brian?
We're move. My 6, so almost 3.
A wizard rushing up against his better judgment.
I want to cast the time dilation and slow him.
Okay, cool. So V, go ahead and roll for me.
3 plus 5, so 8.
Okay. So for me, I have to add the creature's defense stat to it to prevent, to try to resist a spell. So what is your power stats over here? It's a 3. Okay. Well, guess what? The zombie only has a +2. So the 3 of the dice plus 2 is 5. And yours would be 3 plus 3 is because we do an average dice roll. So your spell lands. The zombie does not manage to does not resist the time magic that is now slowing him down. Did you write down what it does?
Not the full magic.
Okay. So you do have to concentrate on that spell. Let me go up to it just to read it for people. So he is affected by what is called the slow. Let me put this on viewing, not edit. He is affected by what is called the slowed affliction. Afflictions are temporary effects that cause negative outcomes for whoever's afflicted by them. And so for slowed, it's really, really bad. It's a very powerful thing to do to somebody. And so for afflictions, so a slowed creature has half movement. They have -5 to their defense. They can only attack once per turn. If they cast a spell, it takes a whole turn for it to finish. And if they recite a chant, it takes 2 turns to finish. So you basically cut him in half with your slow spell. So awesome use, especially against a single big creature. Flexing that wizard power. So you see this zombie start to rush towards the cleric and start slowing down. All right, who's next? You're healing? Okay, so your heal completes. You succeed in saving this gentleman's life. And he thanks you and he looks at you like, I just knew I was going to die, sir. Feel right as rain.
You better hide.
So how much does your thing heal for? Do you know?
I don't
A tree.
think.
It's 20 plus your it fully heals him. He's only got 10 health. Or as a guard, he would probably have 14 health. So yeah, you fully healed him. So awesome. So go ahead and spend 1 morale point.
Help.
Yep. It's in the bottom right near your spirit. You'll have those 3 little dots.
Wow. I have
Sure. Morale equal to your resolve stat.
so I have 3 resolve.
You have 3 resolve, so you have 3 morale. So now you got 2 left.
Okay.
If you lose all of your morale, you do become demoralized and you give up until you regain 1 morale. You can do that if a party member helps you somehow, or if you spend 10 minutes out of combat collecting yourself.
Okay.
So,
That's for like each.
Huh?
Each, like for like standing.
Each morale point, yeah, it takes 10 minutes. Yeah.
Like real life or in game?
In game. So in game, again, a round is 10 seconds. So that would be 60 full rounds to recover 1 morale if you were somehow in a 10-minute long fight. You do get 1 mana back at every 6th round, so that might actually happen sometimes. But mana and morale points are supposed to be very special resources you don't want to spend much of. Like, for example, his slow spell being so powerful, it costs how much mana? I believe it was 2.
Yeah, probably. I didn't write it down.
Okay, it should be 2.
Okay.
And so of his 4 mana, he spent 2 points, but he did an extremely powerful effect. And he is concentrating on it. So as long as he doesn't get slapped in the face or uses another concentration spell, it lasts until he stops doing it. So it could last forever if he never slept. Okay, so next up.
I tell this guy to swim.
Okay, so he scrambles up, spends half of his stamina to stand up, and quickly runs back with Madame Eva and escorts her further away. And she's like, no, no, I wish to witness this. I want to see that we're getting what we pay for.
Well, so it's a different person that got healed.
Yes, the one that got healed was the guard that got thrown up against the tree.
Oh, and this is
Yeah, he threw him like, 100 feet away into the tree. So, okay, so who's up next?
Me.
Let me check. Who's up next? Yeah, this is mine.
These two, okay. So what do you want to do? You might want to coordinate together.
I will eat. Just let him come first me.
Okay. So we're going to say throwing a boulder has 10 range.
Could just throw the same.
so we'll have to
slow throw the dude who got forward.
To grab the soldier and chunk him back. Okay.
Gosh.
He hit my tree.
Your tree friend. This is not okay. All right, so there's no boulders, but you do see a tombstone. So you pick up that tombstone and you're ready to go flinging that thing. So move close enough. Again, you got 6 squares of movement. Get within 10.
I was in the tree.
Okay. So probably right there. And so it's a big tree man. You go to throw this tombstone at him. So roll your attack roll. Unless, do you want to do anything to try to make it more accurate?
You got this. Don't miss.
I mean, you could go up and blind him.
Yeah.
You want to try to go? Okay, so before you make your attack, let's let him combo with you.
Squares, dude.
Now you'll have to get up a lot closer than that, though.
Yeah.
So do you use one of your cunning charges to dash?
So
Okay.
We had 12, right?
Huh?
For movement?
It's 6, but he's going to be able to move 12 now because he took the dash maneuver for free. Okay, you'll get it in a second, bud. All right, so you need to get it right up close to him and throw pocket sand in his eye.
Okay.
I think you can make it there.
That'll be right here. Right there.
Okay, so pocket sand is too far away. Do you have any other abilities you want to try?
You got your pixie dust.
Yeah, that would give advantage to the attack roll.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and roll for me, V. Let's see if he manages to avoid the fairy fire. Or to, excuse me, resist fairy fire.
the D6, right?
The D6, yep.
A 4.
A 4. Okay, and what is your power stat on the top right? It's 3 plus whatever that number is.
Would it be a spell from?
Yes, it's a spell.
So, does he do everything?
Do I need to roll my D6?
No, because you're inflicting it on somebody else. They have to try to prevent it. So what was your bonus? It was a plus
2.
2? All right, so it would have to hit a 5 or higher
Then it rolled a 4.
to resist. And it rolled a 4?
Yes.
Okay.
they rolled
Well, and it has a plus 1 on mine. So, unfortunately, your fairy fire does not work on the creature, but it was a good attempt. All right, so you got to roll. It's a plus 0. It's your body score. Oh, careful, bud.
And there goes.
Everyone's
fine.
It's a 1. Okay, so you got our first epic failure. So you go to throw your tombstone, and you accidentally throw a little too hard. It goes... No, it doesn't hit anybody, thankfully. You almost did. It goes flying over your friend's head, and you fall over prone as you get a little too much momentum. But you get 2 attacks on your turn. Okay, sure. All right, so do you stand up? Use a little of your stamina to stand up?
Yeah.
Okay, do you try throwing another boulder? All right, try one more time. Attack again.
Don't hit me now.
6.
A 6. You got a critical success. So this time you decide to do better. You rush over and you pick up that thing and you chunk it, and it just goes
Hit him.
right in the head, right in his head. So what was the damage of your boulder throw? We said it was going to be 9 or 12. Yeah, that's right. It was 12. So it did 24 damage to this guy. And how much health did we say he started with? 72. Close enough. Might as well be 75. It's 75 now. All right. So you just really chunked this guy. Good turn. All right, who's up next?
It'll be Shannon.
I'm just gonna move. So we just move our movement, and we don't add the maneuver or anything, do we? Okay.
Unless you use a maneuver against him, then he has to try to prevent it.
I'm just gonna move.
You do have your longbow and you got your swords. So
Yeah, I'm just gonna peek. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna kind of figure out what's going on because there's a lot of people in front of me.
that's fair. Now, in the rules, you can shoot through people; it won't hurt them.
Okay.
And you had full line of sight to the guy earlier, so I don't know if that changes your decision or
Longbow range.
very. So it's your abilities range. Yeah, you could do jump shot. Well, you don't have jump shot. You got leap shot and full draw. Now you know this guy's got -5 on his armor, and he's a big creature that's easy to hit. So full draw would do a lot of damage to him.
Okay. Then I'm gonna do a full draw.
All right, and longbow gets double range on whatever your abilities are. That's its special attribute as a weapon. So you can hit that guy from a mile away,
Okay.
practically. Well, not a mile, but 200 feet probably.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll your attack. Let's see what you get. And yours is a 5 plus whatever your bonus is. I think a 4. 2 plus 4, and it has -5 armor. You hit. So how much damage did you do? I don't know if we put the damage. It's on the back. I think it's plus 15. Oh, you didn't write your stuff down. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we were supposed to print it off. That's right. I forgot to print it off for you. Yeah. No, I've got it memorized because I designed it yesterday. So it's plus 15 damage plus your body stat. So your body stat's 3. Wow, you just did a whopping 18 damage without even critically hitting. So you see this angelic, beautiful person rush up, takes a knee, pulls the longbow as full draw as possible, lets loose, and you just see where that thing was reeling earlier in slow motion from getting hit in the head. Arrow bolt go through the head and then out the back. Awesome. That's your first attack. That took 3 stamina. Do you want to do another? And you get 2 stamina back per turn.
So it took 2, so I have 2 stamina.
You do have stuff that uses 1 stamina, which would be like your jump shot or your leaping shot.
I think I'm good.
Okay, you're good. All right, that works. Awesome. All right, who's up next? Assistant DM getting paid $20 an hour to look at his phone.
Yeah, what?
Who's the next one?
It's the very last one.
He was the last one. All right, so we're at top of the round.
That was all.
Except for the zombie, who is slowed. It runs up to the cleric and it uses its powerful double-fisted overhand swing at you. So go ahead and roll for me, V. Let's see if it. What did we get?
4.
A 4. So it has a body stat of 8. So it's plus 8 to hit. Plus a 4 is 12. And the attack has a plus 5. No, sorry, a plus 0 to hit. So what was that total?
You asked me to add.
I tend to do math. Mental math. All right, I said it was a plus 0 to hit. You have plus 8 body, so that is 8 to hit. And then, what was the roll?
4.
A 4. So
12.
So 12 to hit. What's your defense?
My defense. 18.
18. Ouch. Okay. So this barreling down thing starts to smash you, and you raise your shield, and then you put your well, how do you describe it? How do you defend yourself from this overwhelming 2-handed strike from a giant ogre?
So I have a kite shield, and usually it's like this, but I quickly go like this, so
Mhm.
these strike the shield, and it
Okay.
it's like
and you just you almost get pinned down to the ground, but then you fling it off.
Yes.
Awesome. Start of round 2, everybody. Who's up?
Someone says they can't hear the players.
Oh, we can't hear the players too well. You're loud and clear.
Voice. We're gonna have to get mics.
Yeah, we'll have to get mics for next week. So he turned his shield sideways with his kite shield, used 2 hands to block the 2-handed swing that was coming down at him, and then flinged it off, making the ogre reel back in slow motion. All right, next up.
It's these two again.
These two. All right, you ready to combo together?
Not these two.
Yeah, see,
Yeah, that's right.
So, did my last
You
thing-
started your chant, so now your turn is ready.
Okay, so my turn is ready. So
That's what it is.
my divine bolts.
Hey, John.
Was it Divine Bolt or yeah, it was Divine Bolt. Yep.
Do I mark one for mana? Since I heal someone?
No, it's you spent a morale point.
Oh,
So 4 plus 5 to hit is
9 plus your spirit.
plus my spirit is 3.
3.
So
Oh wait, no. Sorry, your plus 4 to hit was your bonus. My bad. I'm thinking about damage.
plus 5.
Sorry. Yeah. So you definitely hit. I'll just put it that way. He's slowed down.
Spirit plus 15 for damage.
Roll again though, because you're disadvantaged because you're using a ranged attack in melee range though. Because he did get up on your face.
Oh, it's a 1.
A 1. Oh, you critically fail. You have an epic failure.
Right.
So you go to chant, but then you say the wrong word and it fizzles out. What word did you accidentally say? You misappropriate something.
What was I saying?
Ultimate Rose.
By All Father, I almost say Old Father.
By the Old Father, and your deity is not okay being called Old Father. And your spell, your incantation fizzles, and you do unfortunately lose a morale point for still casting it.
Oh.
You're like, I messed up.
No.
Hermione, I messed up. No, they're written outside of the middle bubbles of the 3. You would have whatever that number is in morale points. So if you got a 3 there, you have 3 morale points. Resolve, yeah. Yeah. So let's put 3 bubbles or 4 bubbles there, however much it is.
3 resolve, so 1.
Yeah, so 1's down, yep.
Yeah, okay.
Now, I could be mean and say you got demoralized and lost another point, but I'm not going to do that now. That's going to be for really epic fails. That's real epic fail time.
That's if
All
you
right.
really want to punish me for something.
Who else?
So it's my turn. So
Yes.
do we know its weakness? And if I do identify its weakness, does that add another debuff or does it add extra damage charge?
You've already had it identified by Vigo's character that healing does double damage to these things.
Okay.
And you do know, scholarly, you would be well aware with your at least 6 probably, because it'd be through and you're proficient in it in knowledge, even though I've got to put that on there. Wizards are proficient in knowledge, so you have a +6 on any skill check, any skill challenge to know things. And so, much like a Lannister that we all love, I'm drunk. I drink and I know things. Which it was
It was a skill, so it's trick on lines.
yeah, I can give you guys a ride later. Yeah. What's the price? $20 that I'm paying you. Okay.
If we already know its weakness, then I'll just do Arcane Bolt.
Okay. Just a normal arcane bolt with 1 stamina cost.
Yep. So you don't want to lock me
Wait a
in
minute,
him.
man, that's okay. Huh?
I guess you don't want to lock me and him in the trunk.
No.
It's a little
Hey, my trunk doesn't lock. I got reared into it, and so it can't even close.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing is,
Fun story. I rode in a trunk once because we went to my mom's house to put some furniture. There wasn't enough. Yes, trunk buddies. Yeah, my own car too. It gets hot in there, and I got like a little claustrophobic and kind of freaked out. Of course, alcohol. I was stone sober. I got no excuses. Like, great. Making memories. I love it. Oh, that's the other thing. Anytime we get a critical success or a critical fail, we need to write that down. So write it down on the back of your character sheet. That's called making memories. And so at the end of the session, we go through all of our memories that we made. It's a fun little goofy system I came up with because People always love remembering the big moments and the big fails, the epic fails, like our old father.
Yeah.
All right, so you are doing your blast, so go ahead and roll your attack. I guarantee it will almost always hit. No. He's got a +10. Oh, you got a crit. All right, and that's another memory. All right, so double that damage, so it's
A lot of painful memories.
plus 3.
Well, it's just like that guy. It's just wrong. It's 10.
It's mind, but you get doubles of your staff, so it's 6 from the mind, 3 from the ability. That's 9. So you did 18 damage. Yes, I am not keeping track of the damage totals. We've done
20, 22, or 24?
yeah. So Edith now is bloody. Okay.
Yeah,
So
he's like,
part of its Icarus blood is starting to spew forth on the ground. This creature is at least below half of its health point total now. That is a state that it has entered. Certain abilities trigger off that. For example, daggers do double their bonus damage against bloodied foes, as do greatswords.
What that?
Someone's got daggers. Someone's gonna learn about backstab soon.
18?
Try that?
Oh, you did 18?
Yeah, you can make a throwing a shoe as an improvised weapon.
And I also got fun.
Yeah, blind on one turn, turn around and stab on the other. All right, you're ready to kill this guy. Okay, so whose turn is it now? We've done our wizard, we've done our cleric.
Should be.
I'm gonna. Because I was.
Need to healing.
He healed somebody. He saved a life.
He went so huge.
Yep.
He ran.
I know.
If this was an anime called Konosuba, you were like Aqua over there going.
And it goes like this. Oh. Like wrong bill.
Christy's like you.
If you want some ideas on abilities, I can let you know.
Huh?
Yes.
You want to know some warrior abilities you can pull off?
What?
So there's full draw, which is that really powerful ranged attack that she did. There is a leaping shot where you leap forward, move your 2 squares, so 3 squares total, and take a shot. And that would do pretty good damage.
I don't have a crossbow.
Huh? Oh, did you choose crossbow instead of longbow?
Already made it.
Oh, did I put longbow? I
You
just
did.
put longbow.
You put long sword.
Oh, I forgot the bow. Yeah, you have a bow too. I'm sorry. I'm gonna grab my book. Yeah, it's a tool.
You're legalist.
So 6.
This is
What
starting
player?
out with toothpaste.
How are you fucking doing?
I guess I can do that longbow, that full power thing.
Full draw? Okay.
Yeah.
So it takes 3 of your stamina, so you'll have 2 stamina left. And go ahead and roll your attack. This could end the creature if you get a critical hit.
Probably not.
Happens 17% of the time, roughly.
My spread?
No, just it's your attack bonus at the bottom left, plus your dice roll.
So it's weapon accuracy, right?
Yep.
So then, I want to see. So then,
3 plus
all right,
4, 7.
let's say-
All right, that hits because he's got that -5 to his armor. And so if he didn't have that -5, that would have actually missed. So good job with the slow spell. No, but you do a lot of damage. So you just did 15 damage plus your body score of 3. So that is 18 damage. What are we at?
He's at 12.
He's at 12. Oh, he's
She did 18. She did 18. He did 24.
Yeah.
He was at 12.
Oh my! You just killed this thing. How did you kill it?
Like shoot him in a nut.
All right. If he had nuts, it would have hurt, but they've already rotted off a long time ago. The worms got to him before you did. Descriptive.
Headshot him.
All right, so you headshot. All right, so where the brain could have been, you hear like a thud of another arrow going through the head and out the back, and the body slumps over, falls to the ground, and you have saved the town from the ogre zombie.
Give us money now.
All right, you hear
Yeah, clap. Keep going.
clapping in the distance. Multiple clap. Everybody clap. Everybody clap. Yeah.
That wasn't the boss. This is the boss.
Okay, now we're pretty darn sure where they're coming from. They are coming from the northern graveyard.
I go to the creature and chop his head off.
You take a trophy. All right. Nice. It's a pretty big trophy. Where are you going to put it? About the size of a beach ball. No, it's too big for your backpack. You don't have enough space in it. Prison pocket. Definitely, hopefully not enough space for your prison pocket.
Try.
Keep it.
I'll try to put it in a prison
You
pocket.
can.
Oh.
He wants to keep it to throw it later. He's a large creature, so.
Mine.
Okay, roll a persuasion roll to see if you can persuade him to give you the trophy.
And display him to get.
So it's whatever your spirit score is.
2.
It's a 6.
So a 2 plus what? What was your spirit? It should be a 2. So that's a 4. All right, so let's have you roll to see if you can resist that.
6.
All right. Not only do you resist it, you go. Spit it in. All right, perfect. So should we transition to the graveyard? You guys want to rush?
Convince old girl gives more money now. She's seen how fast it's been that.
Yeah. You guys killed it in how many rounds?
Hey,
2. So how long in the universe did it take for you to kill this giant ogre zombie?
10 seconds.
20 seconds?
20 seconds roughly, yep. A little bit less probably because you got about halfway through the round. So you got about halfway through the round, so that was definitely.
And then I healed someone.
And then you healed.
Yet again, I did nothing.
And yet again, you didn't. Hey, no, you tanked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you took a hit. You didn't even get to move. Yeah. The fun thing is they only have.
Cold flop.
So anytime we do half of something, it's always rounded down. So he's already slow because he's a zombie, so he only had 5 movement.
Yeah.
So you made him only able to move 2 spaces with the slow spell. So your mind eventually or quickly frees up as you no longer are maintaining your magic. After 2 minutes pass, you have all your mana back. So if you guys take a little bit of time and rest, you'll get your morale points back as well. So I assume you probably would
Sleep.
choose to do that.
Sleep. Okay.
All right. So she says, I will triple what we originally agreed upon to pay you if you can go deal with our problem immediately, today, within the next hour. This is not okay. We cannot have these creatures here. We almost lost one of our guards.
If you don't want any creatures, we expect more up front.
I go up to her.
And she delivers. Okay, we'll roll a persuasion.
What? You agree? I have 3.
Okay, plus
Well,
your skills in persuasion would be a 2. You're proficient in persuasion as a rogue, though. So that would double that 2 to a 4. So it was a 3 on the dice. Okay.
7.
Roll for me, V.
For what?
Just to roll. I'm seeing if he's going to successfully persuade Madame Eva.
for more money.
Ooh, she rolled a 6. She said, we have a policy of not paying up front. You see, one time, I'm going to use a real life example because I'm still not over it. One time, I paid a carpenter to fix my house, and she ran off with all the money.
Are you sure that wasn't my sister?
It possibly was. Did she look like a lady of ill repute?
Yeah, she was adopted.
Fair.
I killed her afterwards.
I don't see the resemblance, so I agree.
So I expect more.
Okay. I will quadruple the amount if you deal with it immediately. This is a headache for us. I don't want more of my guards and their armor damaged. We are but a quaint village, hence the name Quaintville. A little on the nose, I assure you, but named as such because we enjoy peace and tranquility.
Thanks.
Yes.
I killed him.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, you good?
You too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we healed him. Okay. The healing fixed the bones, thankfully, but yeah. Yeah. Now, she says, if your big tree friend could go replace the tombstone of our founder, he would be most appreciative.
I mean, it was the biggest, most elaborate. Why not?
Yeah. Well, a tree beating at
It did now. Okay, from the gravestone, a ghost appears. Roll for initiative. So we don't get our
I
morale.
want to keep things interesting.
Oh no. We're fighting again.
You guys just made this real interesting. This is another rule for dungeon masters and game masters alike. When a player says something, make it real. So the ghost of the town founder appears. If we could put him under the tree for me. Mr. Binks, Zachary Banks. There's Zachary Binks. Okay. So before you put the tombstone back, a ghost appears, and because you were not expecting it, it gets to act first against you. Let me read the ghost thing.
So, that.
Oh, ghosts are. It's gonna be really funny. How much morale points do you have?
I
2.
two.
Okay. So the ghost is gonna roll with advantage. So Vigo, if you could roll twice and tell me the better outcome. And if it's a crit, we have a fun situation about to happen.
4 and 3.
Okay, 4. And so what is your defense?
Is
It's to the top left.
okay.
Uh,
10.
Ooh, you get spooked. So Ghost, I'm gonna go ahead and read the stat block for Ghost. Ghost has 6 hit points per level, 5 defense, 0 body, because it's bodiless, 1 mind, and 3 spirit, and a 6 fly speed, as it is a bodiless, vindictive, floating, ethereal spirit. We're saying this out loud because our resident cleric and wizard would know this and start prattling this out really quickly, like, oh, that's a ghost, it does this, 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 this. You can try. Okay, so it attacks by using its haunt feature, so you've been haunted. Oh, 1 second, I'll get to that. To deal emotional damage to morale. You lose 1 morale point. Okay, so you lose 1 morale point.
you got 1 more
Okay.
left.
As it does not have a body to attack with. Its combat strategy is to force their prey to become demoralized, at which point the ghost uses its possession feature to assume control over the creature of its victim. Until that victim regains 1 morale, it is possessed by the ghost. Particularly powerful ghosts may know how to recite chants. A ghost reduced to 0 hit points dissipates, reforming later in a nearby location the following night. If a ghost reaches 0 morale, it passes on to its destined afterlife. So you've got 1 morale left. So if it gets you again, you're in trouble. You will, huh? No, you're gonna be possessed. Yes. All right. So go ahead and roll initiative, everybody, with disadvantage because this was a surprise. Huh? A little bit. It's whatever your highest stat is for your accuracy stat one. So it's for you, it's your attunement, which should be a 3. So it's 3 plus your dice roll.
Well, I think 5 will.
It's not willpower.
Okay.
It's attunement. Yeah. What was your roll? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can re-roll. You roll twice and take the worst of the 2. A 4. Okay, roll again.
A 1.
They get a 1. Was it a 1?
Yeah, well,
Okay, 1s always go last. So you two are ready to deal with it at the end. Okay.
Okay with me.
And so the ghost is going to have to roll as well. So V, if you roll for the ghost.
I'm not.
Hey, we got 3 people going last.
Man.
Oh, the ghost did not roll a 1, so you guys are in trouble. All right, so if you guys don't defeat this ghost before he gets haunted again, you gotta fight your friends. All right, so ghost rolled a total of that would be 3 plus, what was the roll of 3 or 4?
3.
A 3. Okay, so the ghost rolled 6.
Me, all of us roll a 1.
I rolled a 4.
4 plus, or was it a total of 4?
Yeah, it was just a 4. I think.
You know,
I don't. What do I add? What do I add?
we're high static, I think.
Oh, 8.
It's your highest of this one, or so for 4. So yeah, because your technique.
JB, what you roll?
I rolled a 5.
So you use your technique to act quick.
Okay.
So the grade start.
I was like 3, but we get 4.
No,
You adding your
it was just a.
grade?
Well, it's your acuity, your attunement, or your tech.
I'm done.
You're doing 6. It's like, is it the quickness of your mind? Is it the quickness of your body, or the fact that you're attuned to the spirits of other things around you? And how do you use those things to react? That's the way to think of it.
6.
6.
So Ghost got a 6, you got a 6, so it's a tie. And so we'll do a tiebreaker roll. If you can just roll one more time, V, and we'll just take a straight roll. 3. Let's see what you get.
Jinx.
And you get the ghost before the ghost gets in.
Listen, y'all.
2. The ghost is going first, it sounds like. Did anybody have higher than a 6? Yeah, Nate. Okay, you get to go first. So you quickly respond to this ghost appearing out. It's right at you, and then you see the ghost phase through him, and then phase back out, and then you see it coming back for another pass as it's swooping around.
I don't know about this thing.
I know.
In fear. Like, I'm scared.
You're frightened. Okay.
I'm scared.
So ghosts are one of your weaknesses.
I have to thinking, I'm like, what am I gonna do? Use your brain. But
So you have the frightened condition now, then,
yeah, I'm afraid.
and so you have disadvantage on your attack rolls while seeing the frightened creature. All right, I like it. I like it.
I don't know what to do with them.
It's
like
fine. You can just attack.
here. So, you try to hurt this thing. I think it's just gonna die by my sword here. Okay, that's too easy.
That's too easy. All right. You're like,
I'm gonna-
player.
Yeah, I'm gonna yell at him, like, hey,
Challenge it.
Yeah.
All right, so you issue a challenge to this thing. So you use your spirit to challenge it. So roll your dice. No, it has to roll against you. V, would you roll? Now it's a pretty high spirit creature. It's got a +3, so we'll see if it manages to. We know it's a very weak creature. They only have 6 hit points. They're like a spellcaster.
It's a 2.
A 2. Oh, okay. You successfully challenge this creature. It has to attack you now, or else it loses a morale point.
Okay.
So that was one of your execute maneuvers, and so you still have a second maneuver if you want to use it. Or excuse me, that took 1 stamina. So you still have your remaining stamina. You can still attack twice with 2 different maneuvers. You can use other maneuvers that aren't attacks. Yeah. And she beating up the ghost.
No.
Possessed.
Yet.
Yeah. You think it dangerous it?
No, I was thinking the monsters cards anything else.
Shot at it.
Yeah.
Insulting. I wish it was not dead.
So I have a funny story about zombies. I'll get to that in a bit.
I'm gonna pull out my grappling hook.
Okay.
How close? It's close to me, right?
Fair. It's within range.
And I'm just gonna like swing it
Yeah.
in the air.
All right. So make an attack roll. We'll just see. A 1. So you swing in the air and it comes back around and starts wrapping around you and kind of smacks you in the face. You take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
So nothing too bad, but
I'm gonna die.
no, you won't die. You'll just be possessed until they unpossess you. All right.
Not yet.
Okay. So that is your turn. So now it's the ghost's turn. So looking at you, what insult did you give this ghost? This founder of the town, Sir Winchworth. Yes. You got haunted. What's the attack? I love it.
I'm like, oh, what?
The dead should stay dead. Okay, perfect. So it looks at you and he's like, I've never been so insulted. And by a woman. Oh, he's misogynistic too. Oh, bad ghost. All right, so it goes to haunt you. All right, so roll for me.
So, Ernie.
We're seeing the party dynamics at play where a tanky person is challenging someone to stay. 5. Ooh, okay, that is going to hit you, I believe, because it's, well, let's see. It's 5 plus, oh, sorry, no, haunt is an attack. It's not an attack. You have to try to prevent being haunted. So roll your d6, and let's see if you can endure this haunting.
Like 2.
You did not endure this haunting. Take 1 morale point of damage. So you insulted it, and and you just you pee your pants, you feel that fear from earlier worsen.
I'm shaking. I can fight people, but I can't fight ghosts.
I know. You're like, how do you fight that which has no body to kill? Okay, who's up next? Ghost is going.
There's a Brian.
Brian is next.
Startled, not sure what's going on. No. What kind of stuff do you have to get rid of it?
I have divine or necrotic or spirit
You know that spirits are weak to spirit damage. They take double damage from spiritual effects.
So I have Divine Bolt that I can enchant.
So if I plus your concentration, would you be, or what's the enchanted boon do? I forgot.
That you can make them act now. You could use time dilation to speed
You're
them
next,
up.
aren't you?
Huh?
Yeah.
You're next, aren't you? Oh, we're next already.
You're on the same turn.
Same turn.
Now,
Or I could just enchant boon him, and then he just attacks him.
immediately attacks, yeah. Because in doing time dilation on an ally, giving an ally haste, it lets incantations or chants, it lets them happen instantly. Sorry, we got a lot of background noise. If you're hasted, you can actually immediately use a chant. You don't have to worry about waiting a whole round. So you want to try that combo?
Yeah, I'll do haste. That's all.
Okay, awesome. That's cool. All right, so you see your wizard quickly go, and you get sped up, and you start spouting out your incantation quickly. Roll your attack roll. A 5, that'll hit. All right, so roll that damage. I'm pretty sure you killed it. Let's see.
Spirit plus 15.
Yep.
Okay, what's my spirit?
Guess where?
Okay, it's 8 of spirit damage.
Okay. And what is 6 times 6 is 36 health on this creature?
Why?
Yeah.
So how much did you do?
No, 18.
Double?
Double? 18?
Yeah. It's weak. It's vulnerable to spiritual damage. I'll give you a hint. You just one-shot this thing.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So it had 6 times 6 hit points, which is 36. Wait, it was 36. So it has 2 hit points left. Sorry. But, all right. So you see him.
I just serve it up for y'all.
Yeah. You time speed him up. Did that take all your mana left?
So I think spatially you said it was 2 mana last time, but we rested
For time dilation. You would have gotten at least 1 minute of mana back, so we'll say that you're down to 1 mana. Yeah, perfect. All right, so mana came back just in enough time. You didn't burn yourself out of mana. So if he had burnt himself out of mana, he couldn't concentrate. That's why we were checking on that. It would have prevented that spell from working. But since he did have enough mana, Vigo's dwarf speeds up. And what was your incantation? What does it sound like? Your chant?
Something about like, okay, All Father, give me spirit to.
And you emphasize All Father this time. All Father, and you real quickly rattle it out because you're sped up twice your normal speed. Give me the right mind to smite my enemy and lay its spirit to rest.
Yes.
I cast, and then what's the name of the spell?
Divine Bolt.
Divine Bolt of Spirit. All right, so you successfully blow this thing up, and it's only got 2 hit points remaining. Who's next? All 3 of you? Okay, who wants to act first? You can roll and just see who rolls highest. All right. Okay.
Roots in the ground and like they go into his moves. Have you ever started into the galaxy number? Take it to his nostrils, start breaking every single bone in the body.
Oh, okay. That's brutal. Okay, it's a ghost though.
To killing it.
2 hit points left.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, let me make this a level 6 ghost. That's 6 times 6 is 36. Yeah. You basically see like there's just the only thing left of this guy is his head. Just floating. He's like nearly headless Nick, but he's just the head.
Yeah.
All right, so who rolled higher? You get a 4. What's your roll?
I got a 4.
A 4.
I start rolling more. Go away.
That's 6, so you get to go first. So what do you do to the ghost? The ghost that spooked you and almost got your morale broken? Sorry, I can't hear you. What?
Spirit that like what he said.
Okay, so you spend one of your morale points and or we're gonna say mana point, and you shoot a spirit bolt at it real quick.
Go.
Okay.
Okay, go, dude.
All right, so roll your attack roll. Let's see if you hit.
It's a 5.
That hits. That's enough with his stats. All right, so how do you do it? What happens to the ghost when you hit him in his head with your little spirit ball?
He says he sucks at being a ghost. He tries.
You are a horrible founder, and you're even worse in death. And you need to learn to respect women. And then you blow them up.
And then I
Oh God. Well, one at a time, kid. One at a time. Okay. Okay. So you want to do those things. That doesn't mean they happen. We'll see what happens. Okay.
6 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, we have to do sequential order of things, even if it's not in combat. Okay, so you no longer are peeing yourself. You no longer are losing your morale. And we have desecrated the remains of or you're in the process now of desecrating the remains of the founder. But Madame Eva looks at you and she says, "We never liked the bastard anyways. He built the grave himself before he died. So good riddance to the sod." All right, so I think you have a task to go perform for me. Yes? Okay. Okay, that works.
It's like a boomerang.
All right, hold on to that. If you guys are ready, we can take a quick break and do a scene transition. Madam Eva?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take care of my trophy.
Sure. Leave it over there under the tree, please. I do not wish to touch that.
Take care.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for playing. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'll try to get your stuff printed. So, I think this is going real well. What do you guys think?
Oh, pretty good.
Sweet. Sweet.
Just go ahead and turn it on yourself.
I do like how I have a burn pit. No.
Okay. So that should black everything out, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
I need to click transition. There we go. Okay.
The mic.
Yeah, why is he on the scroll?
I have it muted, yeah.
So
I put the eyeball on it, so
yeah, I should be closed out.
it's still reading the mic, though.
Yeah, it's still reading the mic, but
Okay.
it's not transparent.
Okay.
Zigzag video scene.
Yeah, that's still on, and then you turn it off.
I don't
Oh, it's not
think-
playing.
Oh, it is still recording? Oh, okay. Yeah, we can fix that. Is it still showing that it's recording?
That's what it looks like. If you twist the,
Back the other way.
not press it. No, it is. So
Yeah, we'll fix that real quick.
Oh.
yeah,
It's a good one with me though. I like something like that.
Thanks, Nate.
yeah. I think I turned the recording off because I saw the button. You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was only there for 30 minutes, so. Oh well. We have written our memories down.
Some of.
Some of them. I forgot to write down the old topic.
That's my memories.
How do you actually turn it on? Thanks again for letting us do this, Bruce. This is turning out so well.
Okay, here's the plan. We'll get a comp. Oh. You know
We're currently on break, but we are in the middle of playing our first ever playtest of Pathways to Adventure. Hopefully, it will be the next big tabletop RPG game. Just as a quick thing for you guys, let's start with you. How has it felt so far with the first 2 hours of playing?
A little better also.
Okay. Do you feel like you understand the rules by this point as far as the basics of how to roll and everything?
Kind of. Well, that some of these up here, whatnot.
You know, the character sheet. And you hot joined, didn't even have the rules explained to you, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. And that's the same for you?
Yeah. Things are getting good until we get to my first session. All the others, all below.
Yeah, level 2 is gonna be real fun. We'll probably level up not next week, but the week after. And so sha-na-na-na.
Yeah, it's been good. It's a little crazy, but
I think you
very-
did the most damage.
Yeah, I tried to. Well, I am a warrior, so make
Sure.
it.
It does. Alonzo using warrior so far mainly.
I think it's been good. I don't know if I feel OP because the creatures aren't exactly, they're like starter creatures, but I feel like we were able to take things on without taking on too much damage so far.
Yeah.
It's been-
Did they feel like they had enough health, or do you think they needed more?
think probably the ogre maybe a little bit more health, or maybe the slow kind of just screwed up his whole thing.
Yeah, you wrecked him with that slow
I mean,
effect.
it's like 6 of us against four.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's armorless, but he had 8 body stats and he had 8 defense. So you took that down to 3.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that plus he only got to attack once instead of twice. 8 body stat, he is guaranteed to have like 8 stamina. So he can attack 2 or 3 times a turn or use a lot of other nasty things.
Right.
Speaking of Mr. Invulnerable though, so we had our MVP support, MVP damage, MVP not getting murdered.
Yeah, I don't get murdered.
Yeah.
So far, still have to work on numbers because numbers and things.
Do you feel like the numbers are simplified enough to be able to get
More
it?
simple than at least how to use a cleric in D&D.
Okay. Just a general question for everybody at the table. Do you feel like the damage being flat damage rather than roll damage, does it keep in the turns quicker? Does it kind of help you know what you're doing?
Yeah, I feel like it's easier to add up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah. Now, one thing I'm thinking about doing, instead of having it be the body stat, I'm thinking about having being the physique stat for most things, or for ranged weapons, it'll be the technique stat for the damage bonus. Do you think that might make more sense? Like from a logic standpoint, or real world-ish, kind of reality-ish?
yeah, I mean, for sure. I like it now. Yeah, I don't really have any issues with that. I feel like it's simple and you learn.
Cool. Awesome. That's the goal. All right, kiddo, you are the youngest here, and you're getting really creative. You've already made me inspired to make a plant race as a large treant. I think I will reach out to you for help on that. So what do you like so much about the game so far? This is your first time playing D&D type stuff, right?
I like the creativity.
Yeah. And we're just kind of rolling with it. Like, I didn't think about throwing a boulder, and you're like, I'm gonna throw a boulder. I'm like, okay, but there's no boulders, but there's a tombstone. So, did you expect a ghost to pop out of it?
Why isn't my garden big?
I was so hoping it was gonna possess you. Want to know why? They would have to fight you and knock you unconscious to get the ghost out of you. And you would have been fighting your big tree friend. Okay, so we're gonna go on our break now. I'm gonna go ahead and stop recording, and we'll continue in a bit. Oh, this is going so well. I'm so glad you guys are here.
Small illusion. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's not
If you're playing Destiny,
It's in there now. Sorry. Well, let's kind of pick it over.
or the best session.
Yeah, I know. It's good because you drank the one person I bought one in the car. I only brought one. I'm like, show me all it. Right now?
3 ones and
And going all over the lot.
That's fine.
be a problem.
Okay.
Really? I tried mine. Again.
No, I get that one just. Got all the add-on names going on the list.
So I'm gonna pull up the classes real quick and see if you guys like see a name that looks cool. And I'll give like a brief, like 3-sentence example of it.
Yeah, if we go over like classes and stuff for the last bit, since it's 10:30 or 10.
What's the?
Well, how long do you guys want to go for?
We can go for like another 30 minutes.
Yeah, we can do that. We can finish this one.
You?
We usually stay till midnight, so yeah.
Then the mice.
For everyone,
You just mix it for us. Better.
You're like, I got the good drugs.
Well,
Yep.
I'll just give you the get out.
Work tomorrow. Okay, so hour. What are you thinking? Hour, guys?
I can't live without extended.
What would it put us at? That put us at 11:30. Does that work? Okay, cool. Yep. Okay, guys, we are officially back from our little 10-minute break. So we did a small little video for YouTube with our recording. We're gonna turn the recording back on. Actually, let me do that real fast.
I can't tell everyone.
It's not. I turned it off.
So you guys share some video after you uploaded, or?
Oh, of course, it's gonna be all over the Discord.
I won't hear you
Tell that much.
Yeah.
Okay, we are back. Just for funsies to take a little bit of a mental break. To take a little bit of a mental break from the game, we are going to look at some of the classes that are available. So I'm going to have to switch some stuff around real fast. It won't take too long. I'm going to switch it back to the laptop screen. Position. Okay, so you get that back on the laptop screen. If it lets me. Okay, so we're gonna switch that back to something. So we wanted to talk about all the classes because it sounds ridiculous when I say that there's 30 classes, especially if you're only used to 5th edition, where there's 13 if you count the artificer classes. And so let me pull this over here. It's gonna kind of intuitive. So this is the part that I kind of like. It's been 5 years in my head, but I've only written this down in 2.5 weeks to write 70 pages, 30 classes. Yeah, it's a great system.
It's basically what it is right now. I'm sure you can tweak things and do everything.
Always room for
Like just starting right now, like this has been fun. We were expecting to honestly spend maybe probably the whole night building a character and maybe playing 30 minutes.
Oh wow. Yeah.
For the D&D thing you're saying.
Yeah, when we were initially talking about playing D&D, yeah.
It took a long time ago. It took a while to create a character. To learn out. Yeah, it was a lot. And the person was like, "Oh, you can read this book or read this book." I was like, "Man, there's so many books to read through it." I was like, I want to say
Yeah.
here.
Well, and the funny thing is, you guys have just used abilities. You haven't even had to use your class charges that you start with. You'd use one of your charges to do your sprint,
Yeah.
and you've already gotten that charge back. So if you haven't noted it on your sheet, what I recommend is just putting 4 little dots under your rogue class area, just to keep track of your cunning action points
Okay.
or your cunning charges. Of course, everybody usually gets a best friend around level 3. Okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to zip through this to get to the classes. Control find. Actually, wait, I've got this. I have a link. All right, so let's go down to class. This is why I like digital things. Why you know work.
Yeah, well.
Okay. Well, is it in view mode? I don't think it's in view mode. I think it's the problem. Is that it? No. I'm having to do this sideways. All right, there we go. So now, if it decides to work, there we go. So now I should just be able to click the hyperlink, go straight to the classes. There we go. All right. So the system is very, very easy to make new classes in. So what I do is I find classes that are iconic from old video games I love. By the way, Gunslinger? Oh, absolutely. You can definitely. Yeah, there's already guns. They are noted that some GMs and DMs don't like guns in their game for various reasons. And so you should consult with your GM before picking a gun for your class. And none of the characters that are standard in the game come with guns. That will be something that changes when I introduce a Witch Hunter class and a Gunslinger class that is specialized in using guns. But you can totally make a warrior that is just, or a monk. You can make a gun monk. That's a thing, yeah.
Might need a sniper rifle since I'm a rogue. I thought that would be
Okay, so what you want is a crossbow, dude. I'll show you that later. Crossbow rogue is the most broken thing in the game, I think, that I'm still gonna have to find a way to balance. Because if you use the headshot and you have a crossbow, you get triple your body damage as bonus damage for a crossbow because it can't reload. You only get one attack with it per turn because it has a reload feature.
Yeah.
So if you are as a level 2 rogue, and I expect you to probably do this next session, if we might just play level 2 next session actually. But yeah, so if you are hidden as a rogue, you have advantage on your attacks, and eventually you get an automatic critical hit if you are attacking from hiding and a target is unaware and they're not in combat. So you could get a critical hit to do double damage on a triple damage boosted ability with headshot that already does high damage. So to give people an example, your starting health in the game, and this is true for creatures as well that are supposed to be humanoid creatures, is going to be your class level bonus +4 is the standard. You can change that +4 to whatever you wish. You can even make it negative if you really want squishy players or squishy creatures. But so we'll just say the average person is an 8, class bonus of an 8. So 4 plus 8, or let's do a level 10 creature, a really powerful normal humanoid creature, average humanoid. So that would be 80 hit points +4, so 84 health. So if we're looking at that rogue, let's say you have a rogue that's got 5 in body. You've already invested your body as max. So that's 15, because it's 3 times your body in bonus damage from your crossbow. And you're doing 15 damage from the whatchamacallit ability, from the headshot ability if you hit with it. It does have a +0 to accuracy, but you don't care because you're a rogue attacking out of the shadows. So that would be 30 damage. Doubled is 60 damage. So you would almost kill a level 10 humanoid creature with one shot. So that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, your big bads need to be careful and prepare for rogues.
Oh yeah.
And that's a level 2 rogue. If
You
or not a
guys-
level 2, a level 5 rogue can pull that off because that's when they get the crit feature, I believe. I'd have to double check that. So anyways, without further ado, let's look at the classes, and I need to fix my character thingy is messed up. How do I make this fit? Let's see. That's my problem. Okay, I've got this thing way zoomed in. It is warm in here. Okay, there we go. Now everybody can see the screen. Let me transition it. Okay. That is a lot better. Okay, so these are the 30 classes that we're going to be launching with. They are not all feature complete. They are all level 1 feature complete, however. So they are playable for playtesting, and we will be playtesting most of them, at least with their level 1 features. If you really like level 1 features and want to see the rest of it, that's where the Kickstarter comes in, where you will be able to purchase them for $20 is our hopeful price point for all the classes if you're just a player. We hope to be able to get all the Dungeon Master tools, the creature creator system, and anything else you need to play the game as a Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Master's advice guide, Game Master. Dang you, copyright. But yeah, for Game Masters, it's going to be the Game Master's guide, is what it's going to be called, or the game guide. And anyways, we're hoping to do that for $60 for digital, just to keep it super approachable for everybody. My ultimate in-game big brain perfect world scenario is I want a box that contains all the books, that has morale counters, mana point counters, and stamina counters that you physically have, a DM screen and cards to keep track of initiative for players and creatures, And then every single one of the abilities in the game, all 200, I want to have 4 cards each for them and have them where, what do you call that thing where you turn a card and it looks like it's animating? Yeah, the ones where like it like yeah, yeah, the hologram ones. Yeah, holograms. Yeah, hollows. I want to have cards like that that show you casting or using the ability. That's my big goal for like if I can pull that off for $100, I will be a happy businessman. So we'll see if we can do that. The price point might have to be 150 or 200, but I want it to be a game where you physically have your cards in front of you. You're choosing what you want to do. They're already written like magic cards anyway, so I figured, heck, might as well just call them what they are and make them card abilities. Um, for example, Magic Missile over here with your Arcane Barrage, you would see a bunch of missiles flying out of a wizard's staff or something if you're looking at it. And my favorite part is the chance for each of the, Lord, how many is it going to be? I think 60 chance. Yeah, 20 times 3 different types of skills is 60. Yeah, there's going to be 60 lovingly written chants that you can read out aloud. For example, from the deepest pits of the fires that dwell within, I conjure thee forth, condense into a point, and air flow forth within. I summon thee, fireball! Stuff like that.
Counterspell.
That was off the top of my head. Counterspell does not work. It's not a spell, it's a chant.
Yeah.
You have to use rebuttal. You're like, duh, no, no, no. Cost a morale point, but you can interrupt a chant. You can also just go up and slap a hoe, but so I mean, who hasn't done that? All right, so looking at the classes, are there any that the name sounds really cool that you want to check out? What do you think? Blood Mage. Okay. So here's the 5 sentence pitch for Blood Mage. Sentence number 1. Do you want to form bonds with your allies and enemies? Make your blood as one with your blood system. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Someone brought some free Sonic food. Yeah. So, do you want to merge your circulatory system with friends and foes alike? Do you want to harvest organs from your allies or enemies? Do you want to use your very life essence to cast your spells of grisly power? Do you want to heal as well as you harm? Come join the Blood Mage Enclave today. They combine the power of the body with the power of magic to spend stamina points, their hit points, or health points, excuse me, and their mana points to cast their blood magic spells. That's the Blood Mage. Which other class would you like to hear about in 5 sentences? Let's let her. Yes, someone finally asked about the Dragoon. It is how to. Yes, it is how to tame your dragon, how to slay enemy dragons, and how to eventually maybe sort of get noticed senpai by a big dragon. Their crowning feature, their whole class. Sorry, I'm getting my sentences mixed up. Sentence number 3. Their class is a story about going from being the biggest dragon fanboy to raising your dragon to eventually, finally at level 10, being able to summon, if you ask nicely enough, or call and ask for assistance from a full-grown adult dragon to join your party for 1 hour.
Oh.
And so the other thing that they do that's special is they use their mana points. Usually they can cast spells, but they usually use it to use their breath weapon. And it starts off, the Dragoon. So they get a breath weapon, they get a dragon pet at level 3. At level 6, it levels up to a large creature. It still won't let you fly it, though. It's really stubborn and antsy. But by level 10, it finally is a full-grown giant dragon, and it might maybe agree to let you ride it, if you ask nicely. So that's the Dragoon. They're Khaleesi, yeah. They also jump really high. They have triple jump distance from the jump spell. They can cast jump spell at will.
Can you use the dragon's tail to hit me?
Yeah, you can do that, totally.
Or you
Um,
able to do this
you can make-
Skyrim?
Yeah, you can shout. They shout to cause fear to enemies, and they can critically hit feared enemies with Frighten. So that's their Dragoon. That was a little more than 5 sentences, but I kind of geek out about my Dragoon.
You need to play
Thank you. Which one would you like to hear?
So they're saying their sages are
Let's look at Sage, but I saw Shadow Knight.
Oh,
That's not stuff.
Shadow Knight is my other darling. So along with Dragoon, they're the edgelords. So Shadow Knights are like an anti-paladin. So whereas paladins heal, Shadow Knights harm and shelter with shadow magic. So they are a mixture of a body and spirit class. They use their heal. It's like, but they use their heal and harm ability differently than other people. Their harm does pure damage to a creature that cannot be negated in any way. They can still miss the attack, but the damage portion itself cannot be resisted, cut in half, immunity, nothing. It goes through everything. It's called Harm Touch. But they have to do it in melee range, and it costs stamina as well as morale, but it happens instantly. They don't have to incant their harm. So that's their big claim to fame. They also can enshroud an ally within 60 feet in shadows that do a lot of cool things. One, if you are in dim light or darkness, you can turn invisible while you have that shadow shell on you. Shadow, it's called the shroud. So shadow shroud, hard to say. Also retaliates and damages anything that attacks you with a melee attack. And it also protects your hit points or your health points by giving you barrier, which is basically fake hit points that take the damage so you don't. And then you don't lose concentration. You don't have to make a concentration save because it's a shield around you, you know. And their other thing is they like to backstab people with big two-handed swords because that's kind of epic. And they get a skeletal squire at level 3 that they can fight alongside with. That is their little bitch boy. Literally a skeleton. Actually a skeleton, yeah. Yeah. Which segues into Necromancer. So Necromancer is the ultimate Necromancer that ever necroed. It is a combination of the Vanguard Saga of Heroes Necromancer, along with the Diablo Necromancer, along with any other inspired Necromancer. We'll do yours in just a second. Sorry to keep you waiting. I just had to geek out about Necromancer. They have a Build-A-Bear system of customizing their own Frankensteinian abomination creature that they can do different things. They can summon multiple either skeletons, ghosts, or zombies, depending on what they prefer. It is considered not evil to raise a skeleton because it doesn't have a soul, and it unfalteringly obeys your abilities because it has no spirit, because it has no soul. So they are like automated creatures. They have thoughts and a mind. They have a body, but they lack a soul. So they will do whatever you want. You can have a skeletal farmer who has a bunch of skeletal ranch hands, out there, farm hands, excuse me. But yeah, Necromancer, they can consume their life force to burn an opponent with a fiery hellfire. They can turn into a lich and gain a shadowy scythe to attack people with to steal their health. They can make people run away in fear, all sorts of stuff. And then they can cast any of the other spells that exist as a spellcaster. So that's Necromancer. What else? All right. An Overseer, okay. Okay. He just makes other people attack for him? Oh. So does he control their mind to do it? Okay, sees in the future. Okay, that's the Chronomancer. So when you get into time stuff, that's the Chronomancer. And we can talk about that one later. Which one do you want us to talk about? I know you're seeing it upside down. I don't know if you want to come take a look. And oh, careful. 30 classes.
Spellblade? What's that?
So Spellblades are fun. They are if you mixed a Final Fantasy Red Mage with the Anti-Mage from Dota. They are great at fighting enemy spellcasters. That's their specialty. They can attack and cast spells on the same turn. So when they attack, they get to cast a spell as part of the attack. But when they cast a spell, they get to attack with their weapon as part of the attack. And depending on which order they do, it gives them +1 white point or +1 black point. And when they use a black point and a white point on the same turn, they automatically critically hit on both the spell and the attack.
Oh.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. And so that is the Spellblade. They can cast their spells as part of their attacks. That's their whole claim to fame. And they drain mana from enemies. So it's really easy for them to daze an enemy once they've gotten all the mana out. They're like the ultimate anti-wizard over here. So... Okay, Elementalist is fun. So they basically morph their body with the elements and enshroud their body as they attune to earth, wind, or earth, air, which is lightning as well, fire, or water. They're one of the only classes and races in the entire game that can burrow through the earth and gain a burrow speed when they turn into earth form. They can swim through the earth practically and just phase through it like Kitty Pryde.
That's the only ones that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. Because when you're burrowing, nothing can hit you because they can't see you. So they have to plan for you to pop out.
So when can we?
Sorry, I think it's
Pokemon? Yeah, no, not Earth. Well, Earthquake actually would be a good thing that could hit you while you're burrowing. It's one of the few things that would. Thanks for reminding me about that. That's actually a good idea. It's like the dig move in Pokemon.
When can you put a Juggernaut through the ground and first downs?
Exactly. I'm the Juggernaut. So Elementalist, they can turn into fire and turn all their spells into fire damage or water damage or whatever they prefer. Yeah, it's pretty OP. Elementalist is gonna be fun.
Control all, or do they have to choose one?
No, they can switch at will. Yeah, you switch your attunement once per turn.
One per turn, you switch per turn.
Yeah, and they gain benefits when they do attune to a new element, either ward when they go to earth. They get more movement and a flight speed when they go to air. When they go to water, they get to heal people around them. And so they get all sorts of cool stuff. And it doesn't cost a resource to switch attunements. It's just part of the class features. So that's Elementalist. That was yours. And V, which class do you want to hear about?
Where? What about occult?
So Occultist is the one that replaces Warlock and Witches. I was going to call it Warlock and / Witch, but I was like, that's awkward to say. And so it's now Occultist. So their specialty is they use the Hex spell better than other people do. They are the ultimate debuffer class in the game. They, much like our Time Mage over here, are great at absolutely crippling a single enemy. And they just get to do all sorts of fun witchy caustic brews and stuff they brew up. So they do a lot of toxic damage to enemies. And they can support their allies through different rituals that they perform. And so they're pretty cool. And so we can get back to playing now because I know we have about an hour left. No, sorry, we have about 40 minutes left. And so let me switch back to our camera. If I can do that. If I can do a thing.
Bard.
Oh, Bard is super fun. We're going to hold Bard off for next week when my mom plays Betty Off-White. Yes, they can be horny or they can be like Betty and just be awesome. Okay, does that look like a good view? Oh, I forgot to switch it over to a map. Derp. 1 second.
If they're gonna be different maps.
Yes. Me exit out of that minute. Okay, let me pull up the graveyard. Okay. So let's see if we need to zoom in a bit on that. Is that about it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we're in the catacombs for Dark Souls.
Yeah, welcome to Dark Souls.
Still one of the catacombs.
No one likes the catacombs of Dark Souls. It's where that rolling bony pile of screw you is at. All right.
Dark Souls.
So go ahead and put your guys to the southeast of the map.
Not reindeer.
And chat, if anybody's still here, if you want a class that you wanted to see from that list, just post it in there. And by the end, I will review that. If anybody, especially super chats, I'll definitely make sure you get everything seen. And so, yeah, we can just put them off the field. So, okay. And so, you guys managed to travel towards the graveyard. It was only about a 10-minute walk. It wasn't super far. Did you guys prepare or do anything on your trip there?
Like you rested a little.
Yeah, you guys recovered all your stuff.
Make sure I got sand.
Yeah, you got your pocket sand at the ready. You got 3 trees, okay.
Can't wait to go
There you go. You're over your emotional damage of being haunted. Yep. Yep. You did your woo-saw. Okay. Woo-saw. All right. If anybody is in chat, if you could just let us know that everything's going good, that you can hear everything, I'd appreciate that.
I can't look anymore because my phone's dead.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up on here, so you're still here, yes. Okay, awesome, Magnus. All right, so everything's going well so far. You guys are kind of peppy. You're actually at happy morale. If really good things happen and an encounter goes by without anybody being hurt or losing a morale point. I'm thinking about adding a system called high morale where everybody gets one more morale point since it's going real well. We might do that at some point. It might even be just a feature for bards or people that play music to raise the morale of the party. Maybe a rousing speech that you say in preparation.
Master Puppets. So
Yeah, yeah. Start playing, being Eddie over there, playing Master Puppet.
yeah.
All right, well, there we go. Okay, so you guys are scrambling forward. Go ahead and give me a perception roll. That's going to be your.
Oh,
It's the same thing as an initiative roll as far as stats go, because you're either perceiving things with the quickness of your body, the sharpness of your acuity of your mind, or the attunement that you have with the world around you. You're trying to notice things.
Got sick. I rolled a 6.
Fine.
Cool.
All right, who had a 6 or higher?
7.
Okay. So you
Uh-oh.
smell the fecund disgust of zombie. And you hear big thudding stomps, and you can tell it's at least a hair. It does not appear that they have noticed you yet.
So I'm like, hold on.
Toad.
There's 2 zombies coming this way. Hi.
he's gonna lose a leg this time. Are you sleepy?
There are 2 zombies over here. They appear to be having a discussion.
About death? Debate about the COVID.
All right, so
He's not his friend.
About to be playing Don't Fear the Reaper on your
Reaper, right? Okay, so they're having a conversation. Go ahead and roll your mind stat. Let's see if you've ever heard a language like this before.
Got
2.
4.
Yes, 4 total. Okay,
6.
6.
Yeah, the
You roll for him, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start.
Hands are full.
I start hiding in the crossroad.
Go ahead and roll stealth. And for you, that's going to be a +6.
Yeah, that's a 7 because I got a 1.
Oh, that's still a fail. So you think that you're very stealthy. You are very obvious, unfortunately, right now. So thankfully, you didn't make a loud noise, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna so first time
You got a 2.
sneaking.
2 plus 6 for knowledge. So you got rolled an 8. That's actually pretty good.
Which
So I think you rolled the highest with an 8. And you rolled a 6.
4.
4 plus 2 for your mind, or 1. Okay. So you hear this language and you can immediately tell that it is a really messed up version of giant, like what a lesser giant would speak. And you understand that one of them appears to be subservient to the other. You don't know giant very well, but what you can pick up is, you go there. Do thing. Now. You do thing.
No.
And the subservient one says, yes, thing do. Thing do good. And that's what you guys currently are hearing. And are you translating this for your party? Why? Okay, so we all hear that. What do you guys decide to do? They have not noticed you. You got the jump on them. Yeah, but you're not a giant.
Try to find and see. You go rough and low.
You want to go rush up and fight him? Okay. Okay, let's take him off the field for a second. All right, I mean, you can rush in and fight if you want. All right, so our tree friend adventurer, he rolls. Go ahead and roll your dice to see the turn order of how this is going to play out. We're not rolling initiative quite yet. Does anybody want to do something while he's doing this? Do you want to try to stop him? Do you want to go with him? Do you want to, like, what do you want to do? You kind of just walk back a little bit. Okay.
I get my crossbow.
You got your crossbow at the ready? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Do you have a bone to pick with the undead? Okay, I like that. Okay.
We could give us away or that's your back.
I know. You're observing them from a distance, trying to figure out their weaknesses.
Okay, well, I'm hiding in the bushes.
Huh? Yeah, you hide in the bushes.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, perfect.
That was one of the skills I got on the 9.
Identify weakness. Okay. So go ahead and roll. We'll just see how well you roll for the weakness. Oh, nice. That's 5 plus your 6. That is a knowledge skill, so intelligence. Or plus 4, so yeah, plus 8 because it'd be double. So yeah, you really rolled high. You know that ogres on the nape of their neck have a very critical weak spot that if hit would always be a critical hit. So if someone was to climb up on it or aim really carefully for that weak spot, if you aim for a weak spot and have line of sight to it, you take a -5 penalty because it's harder to hit, but you get a free critical hit if it lands. You can also climb on creatures in this game. You can Monster Hunter World the stuff out of this. You can Dragon's Dogma this. So if you want to go crazy with your daggers and backstab on the neck, you can go do that. If you want to sneak up to him and start climbing on him, you can try to do that.
Both of them?
I sneak.
Or just one?
Is there what?
Are they
There,
friends over there?
there's an ogre and a lesser giant. There's a hill giant, which is the big guy, and an ogre is the little guy.
Oh, okay, so we're a little guy.
Big guy that. Yeah. Must.
What'd you say?
The full rest.
Yeah, you've essentially had what in D&D would be a full rest because it's been at least 10 minutes of out of combat. The only thing that wouldn't have recovered completely is your morale. You've only gotten 1 morale point back, but we didn't have anybody that spent 2, so we're back to full resources. So
I'm sneaking up behind, right?
roll stealth roll before you do all that. You need to be back where you were initially, and kind of describe how you're sneaking up.
I am. It's like. Oh.
You fell.
No, I connect with the ground and I'm like moving underground.
Uh-huh.
I pretty much become the grass.
Okay, well, you don't have a burrow speed, but you are trying your best to blend in with the foliage around you. Roll with advantage, so roll twice and take the better outcome.
5. Alright.
Nice.
A 6.
A 6. Okay, you are critically successful at sneaking. They have no clue you're there. Even if they're facing you, they're so distracted with their conversation and they're so not smart. They're just not really aware. Yes, the trees are helping you. They're working with you to blend in. So you do manage to sneak up on them, but we're going to be using your movement to get there, not just magically squirting across the board. So go back to where you were, and you're going to move at half your speed each turn to get closer. So that would be 3 squares. You are sneaking. So hop the fence, okay? And they have no clue you're there. So what are the rest of you guys doing? So he's used his first round to move 3 squares. You're just aiming for the head, okay? Are you going to shoot early, or are you going to wait till he gets there?
We'll wait till he gets.
Okay, so we're teaming up, okay?
I'm go to here.
Okay. Go ahead and roll sneak roll. So it's a stealth roll. It's your body stat, and if you're not proficient because you're a warrior.
I
So.
definitely will that.
Okay, careful, you're rocking the boat.
Yeah.
Rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby. Tip the
Yeah,
boat, don't tip the boat.
whatever sneak I have.
Yeah, a roll of a 4 plus 3 for your body.
Yeah.
Okay.
7.
So that's a 7. So you are unnoticed by them. Now, I'm going to go over facing rules. There is a state. So states are temporary things that you're in while conditions are met. So these two are distracted and talking to each other. So they're both facing each other. So if you attack something from behind, you are essentially able to backstab them. You have more accuracy, stuff like that. So you have a +5 to hit when you're attacking something that's facing a different direction. And they're facing that direction until something changes. For example, when you challenged that ghost earlier, it had to face you because it was challenged. And so your sneaking is going exceptionally well for both of you. Go ahead and move to your positions. And crossbows don't have a range bonus, so if you're going to use snipe, however, that has a 20 range on it anyway, so you can probably hit from over there.
So you said 3 squares?
3 squares, yeah, for your first turn. I'm going to go ahead and say you guys can go ahead and move in position. It sounds like everybody else is waiting for you to get there, so we'll just speed that up. So get to where you want.
Behind the fence.
Okay. So you're in half cover. We don't really have cover rules necessarily because I think it's a little fiddly, but we're going to say that, obviously you were unseen and this thing is back is facing you, so that gives you 2 +5s. So you're at +10 to hit right now.
Okay.
Are you preparing the longbow shot or what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that too. Long shows.
All right, so go ahead and roll stealth as you quietly full draw that bow.
Do I have to roll that too, or?
I know you're already in stealth. You're fine. You've already snuck and hid.
I'm then up with my defense, right? Right?
Huh? Oh, for stealth, no, it's your body stat.
Okay.
Yeah, so 3 plus that's 5. That's good. Yeah, you're good. You're in stealth. You almost rolled a 1. That could have been dodgy. So, you had time. Going to re-roll again just to see if you realize, oh, I'm actually like my foot is sticking out.
Yeah, got a 4.
Okay, 4 plus a 6 because it's double your 3. You're proficient in stealth.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a really good roll. You are unseen, unheard. All right, Clanky Boy who has
I am going
disadvantage on stealth rolls.
to wait in the middle of the room. Not moving.
Okay, so you're not making noise, you're not moving, but you're just standing there as like an obvious target if they were to look this direction. Okay,
And I'm going to wait for my action until everyone else has hit first.
okay.
And then
That's important because if you were to start incanting and chanting, it would make noise and it
Right.
would alert them. Perfect.
Dude,
Okay, so since we are all making a combo attack together, everybody roll their attack roll and add plus 10 to it. This is going to be brutal. You're probably going to one-shot these creatures.
I got 6-2.
Oh my god.
1.
2, 1. You're still going to hit. That's a plus 12. Okay.
So we got 2 crits over here.
Wow. Okay, so you guys are going to do double damage. You got a 2 as well. Okay. And what were you doing?
Well, so I was thinking, because this will hit both, right? Daggerfall?
A daggerfall? Yeah, that'll hit both. Okay, perfect.
But I need to get within range, right? So I would remove.
Yeah, it's 12 square range, so.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna bash the boulder.
And you do need to roll stealth as you're trying to get closer to do it, so you're.
If I grab another tombstone, will that kill me?
No.
Ooh, I didn't-
Perfect, that'll hit. Okay, let's add up all this damage we're about to do. Okay, so.
I got the I can grab the calculator.
Okay. So you pull out an arm from your other guy earlier and you just go and slam it. We're just going to say that that does 9 damage, so you double that to 18. So remember your score, and we're going to add it all up together. You're 18. Okay, you got 18 from a whack to the back.
Amy was trying to hit his throat.
Okay,
Like
so
that.
you go through the throat, and then you get to double your damage, so it would be a 15 plus your body of 3 doubled.
So 18 times 2.
Yep. Okay. And so you're aiming at that weak spot, so that would be a -5, but then you got a plus 10 from everything else. And so what was your roll?
It was.
It was a 4.
Okay, it has a body stat of 10, so what's your total?
So -5 would be -1. Plus 10 would be 9.
Okay. And you're using headshot?
Yes.
Okay, or snipe.
Yeah.
Snipe. So snipe has a +5 to hit. So you actually do hit and crit because it's a weak spot. So snipe does 12 damage base. So 12 plus 3 body is 30 damage. Okay.
Any more damage?
You were doing full draw. And so you hit. You hit the weak spot.
Yeah. And then I rolled a 2.
Mhm.
So,
So that does total up to be a hit because it was
And then we're
thinking.
10.
Yeah, so you're doing 30 damage as well. Jesus, this thing's murdered. Okay.
Any more damage?
I got 9 and
Yep.
then.
Give us some therapy.
6, so 15.
15.
Okay.
So 15 damage to both. Okay. This poor thing. Now, yours would crit on both too. So 15 to each.
We need to give her some therapy.
Okay.
I know this thing's gonna need some emotional
So-
healing.
I'm gonna get some grave therapy.
Big troll guy?
For big guy, yeah.
It's minus 129 HP.
He's dead. Okay. So you guys all coordinate your attacks at once and so 2 arrows, a bolt through the head. So you get 2 to the neck, 1 through the skull.
And then daggers fall.
And then as the head's sitting there, it gets broken off as a limb, as a pair of limbs holding a limb. Smacks the crap out of it. Yeah, and that head goes rolling off. So the lesser giant, the ogre, goes. It goes because again, it does take 1 morale damage because it is very demoralized seeing its superior get all that happen at once. Everybody roll initiative. Now that's how you start off a fight. That thing had 120 hit points. It no longer has 120 hit points.
Great.
I was like, should I throw that high level of a creature at them? I was like, I think they can handle it. So the fun thing about Pathways to Adventure, it's meant to create epic moments like that, where you have overpowered creatures that get overpowered by overpowered players. So dungeon masters and game masters alike, try to kill your players. Try your hardest to beat them into the ground and make them work.
I killed a lot of players already.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't explained about death, have I yet? Well, let's see if one of us gets close to dying, and then I can explain about how death works. Okay. I mean, you're the first one he's coming towards, so. All right, V, roll for me.
My initiative is 8.
8. Okay.
Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So V got 8.
Okay, let me get my notes ready because I was doing calculators. Okay.
We're already murderers and psychopaths. Oh, yeah.
I
At least they're undead.
V, you're 8. Roll.
I rolled a 3.
A 3. What'd you roll?
3 depression.
4.
5 and 4, so that's 9.
Yep.
9, so.
I love how we're not
Just get dominated by level 1 character. You really gonna be just ashamed of yourself.
Where's the
At least it's starting to be.
Hey, John, what's the name of this list? It's the top right.
No, it's whatever the highest is between your acuity stat for spirit, your technique stat, which is yours, for body, and your acuity stat for mind.
I got 8,
Sure.
so me and you are tied.
Okay, so you guys get to combo.
So you said you got 3, right?
So how's that for a memory when we one-shot a ogre zombie at level 1 for 120 damage? I know. What was our total damage? Was it 124? Yeah, we literally barely one-shot that thing. That's hilarious. And I mean, it makes sense in universe. You guys all snuck up on it, used your hardest hitting attacks, and you earned it. So it's good. It is written on your character sheet. You should be a base of an 8 plus 4, so you have 12 hit points. So these things hit hard. This is a warning. They are big creatures. So.
And my school.
1.
Who knows? Let's see if it hits you.
1 plus.
1 plus.
So if you roll a 1, you're automatically going last. With yeah. No, you do fine. Okay. I will say these are high body creatures, so they can definitely do some whopping damage. They could use big attacks.
That other one didn't say right.
2 plus 3 of acuity, so 5.
So you'd be second to last.
Okay.
So first up, Brayden. Oh yeah, roll for the creature.
Yep.
5.
5. Okay.
Plus.
So he's got a lot of negatives on his stat block. So creatures can go negative in their attributes, whereas players cannot. Just like we had a 0 body creature that had no body. And these guys have 0 intelligence because they got no mind. So he's going to have -3, but his body's 8, so he's got +5. So it's 10?
Yeah.
10. Yeah.
So the creature's actually going first.
Okay, well, that makes sense. He's like, ah. All right, so he immediately rushes straight for you. And go ahead and roll twice, because he's going to attack twice.
3.
Huh?
2 and 3.
Okay. So he has 8 body plus 3 is 11. What's your defense? Oh my.
You get hit twice.
Oh my. So the first attack. Okay. Yeah, you do, which is going to be really good because guess what? You're at 0 health. So this is the learning moment, everybody. So you see this guy run up and then just smash your tree guy, put your guy prone on the ground. You're still awake. You're still alive. You're at death's door.
I'm in my advantage.
So at the start of your turn, okay, this is important, everybody. So at the start of your turn, you roll a dice, and if you roll a 1, you are just instantly killed. If you roll a 2, you're killed. If you roll a 3, a 4, or a 6, you're alive for at least one more round. If you roll a 6, you get 1 hit point back, and you're out of death's door. Anytime you're at 0 hit points, you're considered at death's door. If you take another hit while at death's door, you have to make another death save. He attacks you a second time. He goes to stomp you. Make a death save. But roll to see if he hits, V. With advantage.
He's got curb stomp
So
feel.
he's gonna hit.
And 6.
Oh, he got a crit against you. That's rough, buddy. Okay, so go ahead and roll a death save. Your character might be short-lived.
Well, first two thing, all right.
1. A pass.
A 6. So he crushes you into the ground. Oh boy. And you are at 1 hit point. That is its turn. Who's up next?
Brayden.
I'm using snipe.
Okay. Now, are you sniping or are you going to try to hide and do other stuff first? Because you do have that option.
I'm gonna go hide.
Okay. So are you hiding in the same spot?
Yeah.
Okay, you're still pretty well concealed. So go ahead and roll a stealth roll. Let's see if you, because he's alerted people now. He doesn't know where everybody's at.
Yeah.
Carry the bin back. Go bring the bin up.
Oh, if you rolled at least a 2 or higher, you're good. Yeah, he's not that perceptible. So okay, you are hidden, meaning you have +5 to your attack rolls against him. So you're gonna snipe. So it's a +5 to hit, or is it +10? I'll have to check later.
I like this color. On top.
That's all of it? That's all I know?
Well, it's the skill, and you guys don't have those written down. We're just gonna add +5.
So I got 9.
So a 9 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, that beats its body score of an 8. So yes, you do hit. So that's 12 damage plus your body, so 15 damage.
And he already took 15 damage from his. So
Yep.
That's 30.
So he's at 30 damage. Okay, he is not bloodied yet.
All right. That's me.
All right, that was your turn.
Yeah.
Now you do still have one more attack if you have enough stamina. You spent 3 stamina on snipe.
Or I do intend to heal, but I'm going to distract him by, hitting my Morningstar with my shield, like, start walking up to him.
So challenging him.
Yeah,
Okay.
challenging.
All right, so go ahead and roll for me. He's got to see if he is challenged or not by you.
5.
5. Okay. He rolled, I think, high enough to beat your difficulty challenge. What's your thing for your spirit at the top right?
The attunement?
Yeah, it's 3 plus whatever that score is. The top right. Or your, I think, I might have forgot to do that on
Yeah,
here.
that might not be on.
No, it's on there. It's the incantation one. So it's a chant technically when you try to taunt somebody. You're using the word. So 3 plus 3 is 6. No, he fails. He does not meet or exceed. So he is challenged by you, meaning he turns and is facing you. Where are you located?
I'm the rainbow guy.
Okay, the rainbow guy.
I'm
You're like,
in the
bang, bang. So you use one of your stamina points to do that. You still have your full rest of your turn. Now you've used a maneuver, so you cannot cast a spell or do an incantation, but you do still have your maneuvers available.
Yeah, so
Your movement.
so I guess I'll just like start running towards him.
Okay, so use your movement.
Yeah.
Do you want to dash towards him and get all the way there?
Yeah.
Okay, so you use one more stamina point to dash. You
Yeah.
get your movement there.
And that's resolved, right?
No, stamina. You're using your physical abilities right now.
I don't see where it is on here.
It's the top part, the very, very top. You should have circles for your stamina. For yours, it would be 4 stamina, I believe. Because it's 1 plus whatever your... Well, you would write it up here. We didn't write it on here. So it's 1 plus your... Why'd you write willpower instead?
I didn't like that.
That's weird. So it's your physique, your endurance. Okay. So you have 3 stamina. So you've used 2 stamina.
Okay.
And so you've got 1 left. So
One.
probably don't want to do anything or else you'll exhaust yourself.
Right. Right.
Okay.
I think that's.
So you've challenged him, you've run up to him.
Yeah.
Now here's the trick. Do you want to move around him to make him face a different direction?
Yes.
Okay. Which way do you face him?
Away from everyone else.
Perfect.
I'm gonna try and like boogie around him.
So this is where the combo systems just naturally start to occur.
Yeah.
This is why states like making him challenged in the challenge state or knocking him prone, stuff like that is so powerful because he just gave you guys all +5 to hit. So who's up next?
It'll be me because I'm combo with him.
Go for it.
I'm gonna go behind him.
Okay.
Can you,
With
can you act him?
Now you don't technically have this ability, but just for the sake of being awesome, you have backstab right now.
Oh wow.
I'm just gonna say you know that ability, even though you technically don't. I know you as a player, you would probably pick backstab. So backstab does 12 damage base, but it does double damage if you hit from behind.
And I'm
Or sorry, it does 12 damage if you hit from behind.
What was that thing that I have? That surge?
Action surge? Yeah. Or your surge charge?
Yeah. I'm gonna use that.
Okay. So your first attack, you backstab, you use 2 stamina. You're probably gonna
roll
hit.
again.
Let's roll.
1.
You miss.
I'm not gonna surge. I'm gonna
Yeah.
attack again.
That's your second attack of the turn. Oh, you need to fix the camera. That should probably be right. All right, so you see your armored cleric, clam, charge forward, juke around the guy who just looks at the cleric, and next thing you know, it's getting stabbed in the back.
My second attack was a 4.
Okay, perfect. So that's definitely going to hit with the +5. And so it's backstab, so it does 12 damage plus your body. So that is 15 damage. So you flip your blades around, you rush up, and you just stab this thing in the back as hard as you can for 15 damage. Okay, and do you want to use any maneuvers with your extra stamina since you've still got plenty left over?
Can I sweep under him?
You can. Do you want to
knock him prone?
knock him prone? Okay, you use the kick maneuver.
Yeah.
All right, so it has to make a prevention roll if you roll for me. It's trying to avoid.
1.
It falls immediately over. Knock him over. So you come up, you backstab him, and then you kick him so hard he just topples over. This big, poor hurt creature. All right, it is definitely bloodied now. All right, who's up next?
It would be Ethan.
Okay, so you are at 1 hit point. You can spend 1 stamina to stand up.
Can I use a potion or no?
Yes, that would take your whole action, though. It's the use item action. It's up to you. That might be a smart move, or you might clobber this guy back now that he's really vulnerable and facing away from you and knock on his butt. You could try. Do you want to try to backstab him?
Can I like I have AK, right? AK gun.
Well, you don't have an AK. You do have the big pistol you could shoot at him.
Just kidding, I have an AK. I'm just kidding, I have a
Okay.
grenade.
We're gonna say you have a handgun that's a flintlock that can shoot once per turn because it has reload. So, do you want to try to do an execution shot on him?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Okay, so you walk into melee range with this guy. You pull out your flintlock pistol. Yeah, we'll see. You're point blank. This is a melee ranged or ranged attack. You're using it in melee, so it's +5 to hit. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
1, 2,
A 2 plus
5,
plus
something else. I don't know.
5 again because he's behind him.
Yeah.
You're behind him and he's on his butt.
So that's 12.
Yep, that hits. That beats that 8 score he's got. We'll roll damage. Let's find out. Or sorry, not damage. Sorry. Execute shot is 15 damage plus your body.
The body is probably blues.
Yeah, probably. What damage are we at now?
7, 30, 30, and another 30, right?
I think so. The backstab was for 15.
15.
You taunted him random rounds.
I did 30 damage.
You did 30 damage?
15, I mean.
15. We did 15 from yours, so that was 30.
Yeah.
I think that's the only damage. So your damage is now
Innocent blood.
15
Yeah.
plus 3, so 18 more damage.
We're at 48.
48 total. So he's not dead yet, but he is hurting. So that's your first attack. You can't attack with your pistol again, and that took 2 stamina.
Is there a rock room?
Yeah, do you want to just hit him with the arm again? Okay. Yeah, you can curb stomp him.
It's stone. It's stone.
Yeah, it's stony.
I'm sure his mouth is on something big.
American History X over here. All right, so you pull off your shoe and you just beat him with it. So go ahead. We're gonna say it's not much damage. Roll attack. Yeah, stiletto. Yeah. Tree man and stilettos. Okay, so go ahead and roll your attack with +10 to hit. Yeah, we're gonna say it's doing 6 damage. It's a standard attack damage. The Shoe of Doom.
6.
6. That's a crit. You did 12 damage with your chonkala. What are we at now? 16? Okay. Well, it also adds his body stat, so technically that's 6 plus that. It would have been an 18 damage added.
Okay.
But no, he's only got plus 2 bodies, so it would be 16 damage added. So 2 more than what it was before, or no, 4 more. So who else is up? He's still barely hanging in there, I think.
No.
I'm about to die.
You are very close.
Brian.
All right.
So you said something about these time 2 damage to spells. Is that
So one of your charges that you hit per day?
They'll charge.
Yep, burn a charge. Now you can choose to burn it when it hits too. You don't have to do it preemptively in case you get a miss. So just as a
Oh, I got you. That actually applies.
We've got
Now he is not facing you, so you get +5, but he is thrown, which is a ranged attack means he gets a +5 against ranged hits because he's laying down low.
Nice.
So it kind of neutralizes out to just whatever you want to attack him with.
Still up there.
So each one goes +5. You want?
Come on.
You use an arcane barrage.
Thinking about it, it's just times 3, or 7, so it's only 12. What's up there?
It's 6 plus 3, so each hit will do 9 damage. So times 3 is 18, times 2 if you decide to go crazy with it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. So let's roll that and see if you get a extra spicy crit with it. Not a crit, but that's gonna hit. All right. So with the +13 to hit, or excuse me, that's an 8 to hit. You right on the money hit him for his 8 defense that he has, and you do how much damage? 9 times 3,
18.
and double that is 36.
So 9.3.
Or 27. Yeah, I'm expert in them. I'm extra dumb right now. Okay, how do you do it?
So I mean, he's on the ground, right?
Yeah.
So I think the first 2 will just pin his arms,
Uh huh.
and then the last one, you said the next.
The nape of the neck. Yeah.
And I'll just jam the last one in the nape of his neck.
Beautiful. Head goes flying off, and that is the end of our second zombie. They didn't even make it 10 seconds, barely. Probably about 13 seconds. You guys ambushed them. It did a brutal hit to you. You recovered from it just barely enough as it stomped your chest in, and you were quite injured, but thankfully you have a cleric that can heal you for full.
Or you could just save me too.
Yeah, or you can heal yourself. So you can heal yourself. I wouldn't eat zombie. That's probably not going to go well, even for a plant. So. All right, guys, that is perfect timing. We have 3 minutes left. Now, the one thing I always do as a game master is I always say the 3 questions. Thing you liked the most memorable thing that you liked the least about the game, or just wish was done better. It could be about yourself, it could be about the game, it could be about the rules. And the last question is thing you learned. So let's start with V.
I'm learning that maneuverability is the best thing in this context in this world.
Were you surprised to play a tank as a cleric?
Oh yeah, but clerics are pretty tanky.
Yeah.
That's something I'm learning now.
Yeah,
But-
for sure.
You know, I was able to position where everyone else could kill it easily.
Yeah.
And
You didn't even do a point of damage the whole game, but you did a lot of damage and protected people.
yeah. Yep, that's my favorite thing.
All right, Mr. Groot over here.
My least favorite thing was I feel like they should
I need to make a plant race.
maybe even a fish race.
Okay. And you're going to be here next week? Okay. Heck yeah. I'll make you a custom race for next week. Okay. And, sorry, thing you learned?
I did play D&D and this game.
Well, it's not D&D, it's Pathway to Adventure. But, it's similar-ish to the D&D system, but hopefully easier to learn. Do you feel like you picked it up pretty quick?
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, next up.
Least thing I don't like is how weird this is.
Yeah, it takes a little getting used to.
And my most favorite is how we sneak attack on pretty much everything.
You dumpstered these creatures. Yeah.
Like combine perfectly and get our 3 arrows, falling daggers. And then
I loved how the math worked out so perfectly to where it had 120 health and you did 124 damage.
29 actually.
29, 129 damage, yes. And I'm glad you are my DMA accounting. So I owe you $80 for the 4 hours today. Thank you so much. All right, and just remind me when I get paid.
And
Oh, yes.
thing thing I wish we improved on is definitely a role play.
Role-playing, a little more role-play next time. Okay, cool. Yeah, it was a combat-heavy game to showcase mechanics, so that makes sense. Although I do think you interacted very well with Madam Eva.
Even with
Definitely love.
And I
more money.
My favorite moments was the ghost popping out because you made it exist. That was the specter you brought into reality.
We need to spice it up.
We need
Was good.
founder was
Yeah. It reminded me. Have you guys seen Wednesday? It totally reminded me of the guy from Wednesday. I wasn't drawing on that at all, but now I must have subconsciously done that.
Today.
All right.
Okay, best thing I loved was definitely that when we all did it together. That was a lot. And I definitely love my sniping.
Yeah, you hurt.
Oh yeah.
You didn't even get to backstab anybody with your daggers yet. You did. Yeah.
I thought backstabbing.
Yeah. So that was your favorite thing.
Yeah, that was my favorite. And nothing bad.
Anything you think can be improved? I mean, anything.
Mm.
There is for items and gear.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything I think needs to be changed.
Okay.
Not yet.
I'm just sad no one's got to monster hunter a creature yet. I can't wait till people start climbing on creatures for those weak spots. All right.
Always up to that.
The angelic fighter that's afraid of ghosts.
So it was my first time playing this kind of game. I've never played any D&D game.
You were so yeah.
I feel like the complication is the subcategories of like the mind and the body the spirit, because it's like when to know when to pull from it,
Yeah.
I feel like that's the only thing confusing. Like it's not very idiot proof, you know what I mean? But that's
Yeah.
fine because it's more
Do you think it's
like
something you could learn by session 2 kind of thing? Or by 3 or 4?
I think so, because it's hard because I feel like other people just kind of know, or they may not even be adding it in. Like,
Yeah.
I don't really know how everybody's isn't the same.
Perfect.
And
Yeah.
that's just this. But I did like, some of the quirky little things. I like the
Mhm.
characteristics. I like it being very specific. I feel like it's very like niche. You know what I mean? Every character's very niche. I love that.
All had our expertises. Yeah.
Some of like the mystical, like I didn't know anything about those really, so
Yeah. I like how everybody's character had a lot of personality.
yeah, I like it very like specific and then more specific and then more specific.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
We have like the same like thing, but then it's more specific.
I mean, perfect example. We had 2 warriors. You guys played totally different. You know, you both made great use of the full draw ability, but then you went in for the backstab and you were like, I ain't getting near that thing. I saw what it did to him. Mama didn't raise no fool.
And I was like, time to knock this bitch down.
And last but certainly not least, our time mage of the hour. You had good use of time dilation.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if I was just lucky with those. I didn't feel like I was in danger most of the time, but
Mhm.
also I wasn't in the face of anything.
Your party did the right thing for a wizard.
Yeah, for excited to did like that I could one shot one of them whenever we kind of snuck up on them. That does make a lot of sense in the game, since like if you get
Verisimilitude.
you have many and they all sneak attack you, you're probably gonna die.
Mhm.
Maybe I don't know, maybe your bosses later on are more OP, but
Oh, yeah.
they might have something they're like, get out of here, and they'll slap that in, and they don't have some kind of advantage. So that might be a lot more threatening later.
Yeah.
That's just what we haven't seen yet.
I'll be honest, as far as me pulling punches, I didn't pull any punches today. I used my creature creator system to average the amounts that they should have at different levels. I will say though, I didn't plan for a group this big, and so it is interesting to see that my abilities are doing the kind of damage I knew that they should be doing. So I want you guys to be able to one-shot creatures if you earn it. And you guys earned it. You all snuck up on them. You made a plan. You executed it. You know, it was amazing. You know, I'm very thrilled that actually works.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like you see in movies the tropes like, oh, the plan never goes as planned. And you're like, yeah, we just one-shot that guy.
Like we did that.
And thing you learned?
Um, yeah, I mean, we learned this game really quickly. Like I said, I didn't play other games in the past. Even play board games, but even some board games take us at least an hour and a half to learn how to play, and then we start playing. By the time we play, we're too tired to want to really play a long session or
So
enjoy it for the most part. So I like that it was a lot faster to learn. I think, like you said, maybe the second, third session will be it'll be quick because we know things and we actually further along in the game. Because we were all familiar at that point.
Yeah.
But I think as far as learning games, this was an easier game to learn for me.
Awesome.
Did you
Anything you wish was improved?
I guess, like you said, as it sort of progresses, if I see how much harder the monsters get, I do want to feel like maybe not on the edge of death, but that I can die. And right now, I feel godlike.
Yeah.
That's
Welcome to Wizard.
yeah. So it's the way I'm using it, but also I got close enough to get slapped, and I know Lofties get slapped pretty easily. So
What we rocking here? You got 5 defense.
yeah, I was gonna say like
Yeah.
I got close.
This
to
guy's
going
got plus
slap
8,
pretty hard.
so he's always gonna hit you.
Yeah, so I'm like, fortunate that I've been away from everything.
Yeah.
Um,
Now, I will say, when you fight intelligent creatures, you've fought creatures that literally have 0 mind or that have a okay mind in the case of the ghost. He just got, unfortunately, cleric to death because you sped the cleric up and the cleric went boom for 30, all but 2 of his hit points. So you guys are playing so strategically already at level 1. Have you ever played a game where you felt this, like, feature complete, I guess, at level 1?
Oh, I feel like so. I play games where it's like, oh, I gotta level up, essentially get XP and die a bunch before I can actually stay alive long enough to do something. And then I've had games where it's just like, oh, I'm too scared to touch anything because I'll die.
Yeah.
So and I haven't felt that way here. I feel like we can progress the story
a lot of balance.
while still playing, yeah, and then level up, and I'm sure everything's going to grow as we grow. So.
For sure.
Really interesting to see it go along.
Well, we got 19 more 4-hour sessions as
Yeah.
tell the story and see if we can get to a good, satisfying conclusion. So let's see which characters survive the track there. Yeah, probably not Mr. Groot over there. I mean, hey, you're playing adventurer, right? Though, because guess what? When you hit level 3, you get revived for free.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, when people kill you as an adventurer, you're kind of expendable. You're level 1.
You come back as a
So you
different
really have to kill.
No, so for adventurers, they're kind of expendable, and so when a cleric or anybody else that has heals you at level 3, you come back alive if you've been dead within 1 minute. So you got 6 rounds of someone dying to get them back alive. That's the only way to bring someone back from death, unless you're like a level 9 cleric with true resurrection, which is, session 17, if we're keeping pace. So yeah, death is permanent. It is a hard thing if you don't have the resources to revive the person within that minute. So you could revive people. Well, no, adventurers are the only people with a heal that can't revive other people. But when you revive an adventurer, it doesn't cost anything. That's their special thing. Oh yes, absolutely.
So that kind of adds to it. So if we die, we're dead out of the campaign reset kind of thing.
You would need to make a new character, or you become a new plot point to find a level 9 cleric in the world and save your battle.
Because if I did get close enough to get hit and die like that, then there's risk there now. That's more risk than what I initially thought we had.
So until level 3, so until 5 sessions from now, you guys are gonna have to play real careful because if you die, you're dead. He almost died. If he had failed that roll, he'd have to get a new character for next session.
You were close.
You would have been, hey, your plant guy would have been pushing up daisies.
As name. No.
Yeah, name your characters. All right, let's go through and get our characters' names. So we already have John over here as our plant guy. We have we had a good name for your guy. What was it?
I don't remember.
Blunt.
Oh, Blunt Force.
Blunt Force. So we got Blunt Force Trauma, the cleric. That is a dwarf. We have our Groot wannabe John. How about John Fairweather? How does that sound?
No, these are.
This tree. I'm just a
John Tree. I like John Tree. You're just tree. You're just a tree we found in the forest that kind of just followed the party. I like that. You're a sentient tree. That works. Okay. What's your mind stat? Is it a 1 or it's a 2? It's a 2, I think. It's not. All right. So, what was your character's name? Sorry, I got you when you're eating.
Zeldor.
Zaldar? Okay, nice. I like it. You have a last name? No?
Salvador.
Okay, that's fine. You don't want to tell the party, yeah, you're keeping it your last name close to your heart. Well, hey, I got you. Devils never give their full name because that gives people power. Not true names. There we go.
Ricky Bobby, huh?
Ricky Bobby.
Blade.
Slade, I love that. It's a good old character from whatchamacallit, from from DC Comics, yep.
That's like one of my favorite persons ever. An assassin.
All right, our angelic warrior, what are you?
Compliment.
Roman?
Yeah.
I love it. Roman. That's pretty cool. Are you a male or female? With that name, you could go either way.
Female.
All right. Gladiator. Yeah, I love it. Well, I'm going to do a treat for you guys. Have you guys heard of a website called Hero Forge?
Oh, yeah.
So you can custom make your characters on there. Hero Forge, please sponsor us. I will work with you. I will do anything. Notice me, senpai. Yeah, go ahead and make a character on Hero Forge. It's an easy website to do. It is so cool. I've made so many amazing characters. In fact, let me go grab one of them real quick. I don't know why I didn't do that one here.
Oh.
It'll fit your character, make her many.
Huh?
I'd probably have to make a couple because I transform.
There's one in there.
Okay, I'm gonna cheat a little bit and show you my mother's character. I'm gonna show the stream and then we'll pass around. This is the illustrious Betty Offwhite, the bard herself. Let's pass around Betty. Please be careful with her. My mom will kill everybody in this room and herself if something happens to Betty.
Didn't we kill Betty already?
Yes. Yeah, that was the character she played for a year during our game that we played together. I thought you played part of it. You weren't there for it. That's right. Were you? No. Yeah, you were there. Yeah. Yeah, with Thomas. Yeah. I was like, I know. I was like, I knew you were there. Okay, this is a druid character named Esmeralda. Her name's Esme, and she is, Desmeralda, and her last name is Nee, Knee. So she is Desnee for short. She is a Desnee princess, the heiress to the Desnee throne.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's a druid that summons a bunch of animals. We can pass her around. And again, these are all created with Hero Forge. So Hero Forge, if you see this later, I'm plugging you guys as hard as I can. I use your stuff. This is a plasmoid from 5th edition Monk, a gelatinous cube character who is named Moon Mercury, which is, yes, a JoJo's reference, referencing Star Platinum. So he's Moon Mercury. He wanted to be shiny and beautiful, so he injected mercury into his body. So he's immune to poison. Being very careful with this one. His tails can fall off.
Oh yeah.
All right, and then one of my personal favorite characters that got romanced a bunch in the last campaign is Shadowheart, or sorry, not Shadowheart. That's taken. Shadow Walker, Shadow Dancer. Shadow Dancer, yes. So it was a fighter that specialized in throwing weapons with daggers, and you can absolutely make her, and I will actually make her and play her during the next session. I'm going to do that cardinal sin of being a dungeon master, a game master that also plays the game with the players. So that's what we do anyways. Yeah, Shadow Dancer. And so, hey there, Brett. Nice. But yeah, we had a lot of fun with her. She was a regular NPC character that showed up. So she will be in the next session because I am going to play her as how do I want to play her?
Looks like a fighter on the road.
I'm gonna have to think on that. I'm gonna have to think about what class best fits her because she's got a unique set of skills and talents. She could be a rogue, easily a rogue. That would be the easy cop out. But I'm gonna try something more creative. I'm gonna make her a Shadow Knight that uses daggers, and that doesn't wear heavy armor. Hey, I'm gonna do that. I like that. She will be dancing amongst the shadows. All right. So that is it for today. Thank you guys so much for coming. Sorry we're ending a little later than we anticipated by a whole 13 minutes, but hopefully I'll see you guys again next week. And I'm just tickled pink that we had to have fun with the new system. And hopefully we'll look back on this eventually and be like, wow, I can't believe we had such a bad setup back then. Look at us now on week 13. So maybe we'll be able to do it at Nexus. Maybe they'll want to do some promotion stuff with us, Nexus Game Lounge. Are you familiar with them? Okay, cool.
He's been there a few times. He said that he likes it, but kind of like he said, kind of like exclusive. Like they're very like clicky. That's why he doesn't go.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it's one of those things. Is people have been there playing for years at this point, like a year and a half. So
I guess some people have games. So I get that. I get that. Like whenever you've been playing with the same people, yeah.
yeah, it's kind of hard to hop in and join sometimes. That's why they try to get regular new games going.
I knew like you guys were so open to playing, and then Ryan's like, "No, not really." It's like they've played for a really long time. Like, they have campaigns that have been going on for years.
Yeah,
So
and Nexus has been around for a year and a half, almost 2 years now, maybe. I think they're coming up on their 2 year fairly soonish. I used to work there. They were awesome. I loved working for them. Unfortunately, with life, I had to do a job that paid the bills just a little bit higher at the time. So no shade to them at all or anything.
Utah was actually my first DM, first like D&D.
Yeah, Utah's great. He's such a good DM. He loves to run whatchamacallit. He ran, I want to say Out of the Abyss, but he's really good at Curse of Strahd, and he also likes to run the Call of Cthulhu system.
Played as a barbarian.
Yeah, your kid made it this long. I'm so impressed.
she usually makes all. I bring snacks and all the goodies.
Yeah.
Big bag.
Yeah. Well, guys, we're gonna end the stream pretty quick. So stream next week we're gonna have a bigger party. It sounds like 'cause my mom will be here, and I might drag some more people in.
I'll see if I can come.
Okay.
Okay.
Cause I get off at 7 p.m.
You can always come late and join in. We can write your character into the story easily.
I still want to use my same character.
Same character for next week. Okay. Yep. We're not gonna play two characters right yet. Oh, can you bring a friend? Can you have what?
Brandon.
Oh, in the game? Yeah, you can always make friends in the game, for sure. Yeah. Sorry about the crooked camera. Well, thank you guys so much. Again, this is John Horry, independent game designer, writer, editor, everythinger, other than art, because I suck at art, of Pathways to Adventure. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's session. Most likely, you'll probably see it from the two different perspectives of what we did today, as well as the recording version that we did facing down at the camera. And this fun game looks awesome. Well, thank you so much, Words. I really appreciate that. That's great. Is there any questions you guys have before we go? Any classes you wanted me to talk about that we didn't get to see? Take care. You guys see you.
And John,
Yeah.
don't forget to bring the microphones.
Microphones, and I need to give you guys a ride home.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're gonna make 2 stops
Okay.
because we went to his apartment first.
Okay.
He's been there. He's done that.
Okay.
Well, I gotta be careful because my lights are out on my
Yeah.
car there. So
Kids don't be doing.
I want.
when people rear end you, it affects your lights on your car and stuff. Unfortunately, it's great. Yeah, this was a level 1 adventure. That was a level 1 first play session, first play test we've ever run. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I used to the illustrious Nexus Game Lounge. I used to run 4 to 5 games, 4-hour games with 3 to 10 players at a time. And he's one of them. He can attest.
Yeah.
Paradise, Lost in Paradise, my
I was
campaign setting.
like 3 campaigns already.
Yeah, yeah. And so he's great.
And I'm DMing too. Kind of.
Yeah. He actually invited me over here to the illustrious, much beloved Iowa Park Grappling Gamers. You want to say hi to the stream, Mr. Owner of Grappling Gamers, and plug in your business? You want to come say hi? This is Bruce. He is the owner of Grappling Gamers. Please give him your business. If you like to roll around on a mat and get sweaty and choked out, he's your man.
Yeah, use
The
it.
guy. And he's so gracious to let us work here. And I say work here, to do the game here. He gets on the mat. So. Yeah, definitely have the level 1 adventure. First time play testing the system. Could not have imagined it going better. We had hot join. We had character creation, a little customization. People seemed to like it. It hit all the high points I was hoping it would. And it was hopefully digestible for you guys watching. Yeah, that was the first playtest. We did it live. So, and the rules aren't 100% completely finished yet. We're going to change them based on beta playtesting like we're doing now. For example, what was that one rule I wanted to add? Hey guys, what was that one rule you inspired me about? It was the morale boost thing, if things go really well. Yeah, I would say you guys have a morale boost from how well that encounter went. So for next time, remind me we'll all have +1 morale. Oh no, we didn't run with anybody before. It's just I have a lot of prior experience being a dungeon master. I'm just gonna call it DMs. That's what I called myself for years. But yeah, as a game master, I've probably in the upper 1% of people for playtime for years of experience. I've only been playing tabletop RPGs, just honestly 5th edition, and just a smattering of experience with other systems. I've only played for 4 years, and I've never got to be a player. I've always been a forever DM. I've played honestly in 5 games my whole life. So, oh no, my mom. No, we made characters. My mom did make her Betty Off-White character and also made an elf character. Yeah, I've only been a player 5 times in my entire life. It's nuts. But when you're the DM, you get to play all the characters, so it's great. Yeah, 5 whole sessions that didn't even go 4 hours each. So yeah, it's rough out here being a forever DM. Just saying. So, yeah, we probably should end it there, guys. I know, Big Sad. Now, I had fun on those 4 sessions, 5 sessions I played. I got to play my thief with fast hands, and I got to throw pocket sand at people and do all sorts of fun things. So,
I can't wait for that.
Tailspire, happy to host. Yeah, I would happily do Tailspire game with you. I also use not Roll20. Foundry is actually the one that I own personally that I ran online games on. But yeah, I'm willing to play in any game system. I have nothing but time. I'm a full-time game designer and writer wannabe until this hopefully succeeds. So yeah, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for participating in the stream, especially you, Magnus, you and Brett and Workman and Word. You guys were amazing. Please join the Discord so I can make sure you guys get access to all that content for free from now until forevers. And yeah, just hit me up afterwards and we can talk. I know you have a wealth of information to share. So with that, though, we probably need to be wrapping it up so Bruce can close up here in 9 minutes. It's getting to be midnight. So again, this has been John Horry, our very first ever playtest of Pathways to Adventure. Hopefully the aspiring to be the best tabletop RPG on the market at the fairest price and one that is quite literally for everyone. No shade at the other systems, but our system can kind of play your system and then some. So, check me. Have a good one, everybody. Bye.